kroon, mijn zoon, een gouden gewei. Je toorn, mijn zoon, de doorn in mijn zij. De enige. Verdriet voor altijd, met jouw bloed vermengd. De eeuwige, gekozen door de Heer, geraakt door ieders zeer. Vergeef ons het komen en gaan, begeef je onder ons. De nieuwe maan, daal af, gescherpt, ga dieper, herdenk. Ik ontwijk zo reeds lang, het gif, de gal, en voorkom zo steeds mijn harde val. De pijn, het zijn, een leven lang, in verval. Ik leefde lang, angstig en bang, en ik wist toen alles verloren was, dat allen verkoren was om te lijden, bezingend de liefde, de levenspijnen, de nacht die maanlicht bracht, gewikkeld in doeken, als schaduwen in hoeken, omzwachteld in het zwijgen van de dood, de zorgen geborgen, de waken die morgen opgelost in jouw schoot.
Hello. Wait, what the hell? Okay, hold on. This shouldn't be here. Okay. I misplaced one of my scenes apparently, which I should delete because I'm not using them anymore. But anyway, what's up, everybody? $10 current, whimsical, Blumpan, Rasta, Garrus, Zulu, Bristlebutt, Rian King, Matt, Risa, Mark, and Brendan. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Your Street Fighter 6 career is going well. Still question your choice of video game, but I commend you for facing your goals regardless. What's up, Nadine? Also, JR, thank you for the $10 that were gifted during the intro. I appreciate that. And yeah, thank you for your words. It means a lot. I'm trying to hear them. I called someone a binoclad last night. And they probably didn't know what it was, right? Rian King, unless they're French. I don't know. What's up, JR? Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me hold on. Probably go sit on that main menu for a little bit. People rarely know what I'm saying without investigation, so it works. That's what jazz does to your brain, Rian King. I also call people troglodytes. That's a good word. I don't use it very often, but I like it. What's up, Captain Dax? How are you doing today? Stoner, good to see you. At this point, jazz is at the same level as David Cage writing to you? Well, it's a bit different. When it comes to David Cage, I actually have a huge disdain for the person, and I think they're a talentless hack. Jazz is just to get jazz enjoyers riled up. I don't particularly hold a negative opinion on jazz in general. Quite the contrary, in fact. But I would obviously never admit that. If you want to put something on the same level as David Cage's writing, it's probably Baldur's Gate 3 at this point. Every time it's being mentioned, even when it's not mentioned, I have to take a shot at how bad that video game is. Jazz is like veganism. It's all good as long as you don't find that guy that won't shut the fuck up about it. I mean, I guess that's the same for everything, mostly, right? Even the stuff I like, there are people that, you know, make me want to stop liking something just to not have to interact with them. I don't know. actually cold in here tonight. What the fuck? Wait. How is it? How can it be cold? What temperature is it outside? Oh shit. Okay. Never mind. It's 12 degrees outside. Oh, next week is gonna be warm though. But yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the next few days at least. Perfect. Well, still a bit warm for my taste. I like when the outside is at -5. Between -5 and 5 C. That's my ideal outside temperature. I only talk about it here in Brendan's chat. Well, half of these places are appropriate to talk about jazz. Hold on. I should press this and I should do that. Perfect. The badger. -5 and 5. Yeah, no, it's perfect. I love it. I love when it's cold outside. And you open the window and you get that fresh, icy, cold air. Love it. And then inside you can make it the temperature you want. You know. Tune your thermostat and it's the perfect temperature and love it. But then when you open the window, you get that fresh, cold air. And if you go outside, you get, you know, some refreshing, invigorating, ice cold air. Love it. Nothing better than being around freezing temperatures outside. Love that. As long as you don't have to drive anywhere. When you start having to drive places and there's snow and ice, it gets a bit, you know, of an issue, but I mean, I don't know. I've never lived in a country where it stays like this. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist outside of like I'm assuming even the northernmost places in the world, or well, maybe Antarctica, but you know, it's not a place you can live. I don't think there's any place you can actually live that stays at that temperature all year long, but I wish. I wish. I have no idea what 68F is. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. What is that in normal sensical units? When you see? Ah, Jesus. That's way too hot. For the outside? Like, for inside, it's perfect. My ideal temperature inside is probably 23 degrees during, you know, living hours, and 18 while sleeping. Yeah, something like that. 23 living, 18 sleeping. Perfect temperatures. Outside needs to be cold though. Yeah, 35°C outside is way too much. I'm not looking forward to that this summer when we reach those temperatures in Switzerland. For some reason, you know, because that's how the last few summers have been. Even in fucking Switzerland, you get to like almost 40 degrees now in summer. So. But yeah, we're not destroying the planet at all or anything, right? No, it's totally just a normal cycle of nature. Sure. What's up, Fear the Dawn? How are you doing? I think yesterday I had the one gaming session of my life that I regretted not streaming the most of my entire life. There's been some moments, you know, sometimes you're like, oh man, I wish I was streaming this because it was so awesome. Yesterday, I had a 50 minutes raid in single player Tarkov that I am heartbroken I wasn't streaming. It was probably the most intense gaming experience of my life. One of the, at least. I had such a huge adrenaline dump once I was done playing it that I almost fell asleep instantly after I was done. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Turned off the computer, popped some melatonin, went in my bed, almost fell asleep instantly. It literally made me want to stream Tarkov, but I don't think I can do that. Because I'm pretty sure one is not allowed to stream single-player Tarkov unless you get, like, express permission from the devs. I don't know. But yeah, it was a situation that made me think about... We were having that conversation the other day, I think on Nasrallah's channel, about survival mechanics in video games, weight, inventory management in video games, and how, you know, Nasrallah notoriously doesn't like those mechanics. And I'm generally more positive on them. I'm like, yeah, I like a good survival system, right? But I will agree with him that very often they feel very tacked on a video game experience that doesn't need them, right? And sometimes, rarely, but sometimes they get put together in a way that just feels perfect. I like those sleep apps that let you grab the last however many minutes when help capture the magic of a 50-minute raid. Well, yeah, I don't think I have. There's that NVIDIA Shadowplay or whatever it's called, right? But I turned that off for performance reasons. But like hard drive, you know, I don't have a lot of free space and all that, so I'm trying to limit anything that basically, you know. What's up, Fritz? How are you doing? But yeah, I was really sad that I was not streaming this fucking raid, and to try to be brief and explain, you know, like to go back to the like sort of survival aspect of it. Basically, for those who don't know Tarkov, a lot of this probably won't make a lot of sense, but that's fine. I go into a raid on customs, and I have a very clear objective. To get to a specific room, I need to recover a file and then extract as fast as possible. I thought it would be a quick raid. I didn't bring any supplies. I just, you know, brought a gun, some ammo, full equipment, you know, some medical stuff, obviously, but like no food, water, or anything like that. Literally get into a fight like 3 minutes into the raid, not even, you know, barely moved from my starting point. Started getting shot at, shot back. Exchange shots with some random, you know, PMC in the like in a parking lot of some kind. We both get hit pretty bad. I'm pretty sure, like I know for a fact that I hit him a couple times. He hits me a couple times. He disappears at some point. He runs away. Again, mind you, this is single player Tarkov, so it's like, you know, completely AI. You know, no player there. It's just an AI, but they have such smart AI bots right now that they honestly behave better than some players. And so that PMC that I was exchanging shots with at some point runs away, and I'm like bleeding in several places, and like my character is a complete mess. I go hide in a corner somewhere after making, you know, I'm like trying to see if I can get that other guy, but yeah, just disappeared at some point, ran away. I guess I hurt him pretty bad, and we'll never see that guy ever again, by the way. I don't know what happened to him. He didn't die. I didn't get a kill for him or anything. But anyway, I get myself hidden somewhere. And I'm using realism mod, which means I can only heal body parts if they're not covered with like armor and shit, right? So I get in a room somewhere, stripped naked, my character, remove my bags, remove all my shit, start healing myself, like surgery kit. I went through a whole surgery kit to just like fix, whatever I could, several bullet wounds and all that. Heavy bleedings here and there. Anyway, just fix myself up as best I can, go almost through all my meds, start popping painkillers, and despite all of that, like again, like the realism mod and sort of the mod set that I'm using, my character is a complete mess at this point. I'm dehydrating fast, losing energy super fast, I have no supplies, my vision is blurred because of pain. The screen's like blacks out a little bit on the sides. It's like pulsating, like blur and blackness because of like the pain and the painkillers that I'm popping and the sort of like loss of energy and hydration. Like I'm a mess, right? I'm stable, but I'm a fucking mess. And so I start, I'm like, there's no way I'm actually doing anything in this raid. I need to just get my way to extract, try to save my gear, heal back up, and then go out on another raid to do the quest that I'm actually supposed to do. There's no fighting in the state that I'm in. Like, I'm not going into a location where I could run into more enemies, or like, I need to extract as fast as possible, save my, gear, not lose everything in the raid, and basically run it back, right? So I start making my way to extract, but there's no way I'm getting there on that level of, like, I'm losing hydration, I'm losing energy. And while it's with the mod pack that I'm running, it's not gonna kill you, unlike the live game, like being dehydrated like kills you, like it drains your life and eventually kills you. In this situation, I'm not a vet, no, I'm talking about a video game right now. It's a Deathclaw. I'm a gamer vet. Yeah, I went through I went through Escape from Tarkov. I'm basically, I have PTSD from combat without having ever set foot on. I'm obviously joking. I'm not, I have a few vets in chat that would probably kill me for saying that, but 2K hours in Tarkov, the truest veteran, yeah. But anyway, so I with the mod pack that I'm using, it's not like you get dehydrated or exhausted and it sort of like drains your life until you die, right? Which is stupid. No, in the realism mod, it affects your general like well-being. You're not going to be able to see very well. You're going to be slow, sluggish. Your arms are going to tire very fast when you try to aim. Like, it's all that system that makes it feel like you're dehydrated and exhausted, but it's not going to like kill you, right? Because that wouldn't be realistic. Nobody dies within 15 minutes of being dehydrated. But anyway. So I'm like, I need to actually find food and water like real quick, because I'm not making it to extract in that state. Like, there's no way. So I start walking on like a bridge. I'm in custom. So for those of you who know the map, like I'm walking on the bridge. I was in Big Red where that fight happened. So I need to go all the way to the nearest bunker extract, which if you play the game, you know which one. It's a long trek. So I'm like, I need to, I need to sort that out. I'm going on the bridge, open every fucking car trunk in hopes of finding a bottle of water or anything. I look in the bags. And I'm like, there's that little shop at the corner of customs there at the crossroads. And I'm like, maybe this place often spawns like food, water, so maybe there's a chance, right? So I make my way there, and I'm on the roof, and my vision, I can barely see anything. There could be an enemy anywhere, and I honestly wouldn't be able to see it because of the vision artifacts and all that, because of dehydration and being wounded and the pain and all that. So nothing, I'm basically praying that I'm not encountering an enemy at this point, and like, dead for dead, might as well try, right? And so I'm like slowly making my way, and I know where that little shop is. And then as I arrive in vision of that little shop, I see a couple of scavs like walking around, and I'm like, oh shit, okay. So I'm like, I have a good silenced weapon at a distance. with pretty good optics. So I'm like, okay, it's fine. I'll take the shot, right? I shoot the first one somehow beside my, despite my hands shaking and all that because of, again, the dehydration mechanics in the game and the exhaustion and the pain and all that. I managed to literally like down the first guy immediately. Second guy starts running away. Because again, very smart AI mods, like they know how to, like, it probably doesn't know where the shot came from because of the silencer, starts running away. I have to like go on a roof to like look at him walk on a like downstairs. Again, if you know the customs map, I'm on the bridge, not the roof. I'm on the bridge, and he's walking downstairs on like a little passage that allows you to cross the river. And I see him like almost disappear between the trees, and I don't know how I managed to land those shots, but I shoot him twice and he goes down. Again, no idea how I landed those shots, because like your reticle, when you're in that state of your character with the realism mod, you're not landing any shots. Like you're basically hanging on to dear life at that point. Managed to get him down. I start walking down there. At this point, I'm at zero hydration, zero energy. My character is a complete mess. I'm more dead than alive. But that dude had a huge bag. That scav had a huge bag. And I was like, he was in the shop. He has a huge bag. There's a pretty good chance he has some supplies on him. So I go there, go down, start looting his bag. He has food and water. Thank God. Start healing up, eat, all the food that I can first. Start hydrating after that. I'm like drinking a beer. Because that's the only, like, that's the most fluid he has in his bags is a beer. Which, reduces some of your other, like, attentiveness stats or whatever. Because that Tarkov has some pretty heavy RPG elements. But anyway. I'm still, trying to do what I can to get hydration and everything in my system. And then I'm like, okay, this is good. I'm hydrated. I have some energy. That's going to be enough. Like, I'm still losing those 2 stats very fast because of my wounds and general state of my character. But at least I can make it to the extract. I'm pretty sure. But I'm going to have to go, I don't want to run into any combat because there's no way I'm winning anything against like a, another PMC or anything. I managed to get 2 scavs. That was already a miracle. But the scavs are very much not as strong as PMC. So I'm like, I don't want to, go into like high fighting areas. And that's when the little red timer pops up on the side of the screen. I have less than 10 minutes left to escape. I didn't realize I already spent 40 minutes trying to just, survive. And so I'm like, oh shit, I don't have time to go all the way around like I planned. I need to actually beeline towards the extract, down like the middle of the fucking map. With both sides potentially shooting at me and it's gonna be a complete mess. But I'm like, okay, I'm dead anyway if I don't get there, so might as well try, right? If you don't escape in time, if you don't extract in time from a map, you lose everything. You're like MIA or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I'll just sprint there and hope for the best. So I start sprinting. I hear some gunshots in the distance on the right. Again, for those of you who know Tarkov, like crack house area, like the big, sort of construction site or whatever. I'm like, okay, that's fine. If they fight there, at least they're not on my path. That's great. Perfect. Start running like a madman. Because I don't have time to do anything else. And then that's when I noticed that I'm starting to bleed again. My stitches on my chest popped open. Because I was sprinting. So like the surgery sort of stuff that I did to keep, start bleeding again. And I'm like, okay, I'm out of meds. I just have painkillers at this point that I'm popping every 5 minutes to sort of keep my character from, like, the screen from being like completely blurry all the time. I have these little, like, thanks to the painkillers, I have those little moments of clarity where, the screen becomes clear again and I can look at my surroundings for a second, and then it becomes blurred again when the pain takes over. Because, like, there's a whole system with that realism mod of you need strong enough painkillers to, like, counteract the pain, but when you're wounded to the point that I was, like, there's no way of counterbalancing that unless you, like, literally inject morphine. But in that case, like, all your other stats just dump completely. You're just basically a walking zombie. But anyway, in that case, I'm popping, like, basically paracetamol. Like, what am I hoping for? Not much, right? And so I start bleeding again, and I'm like losing blood. I'm like, I can't stop sprinting. I don't have enough time. So I just work through the pain, keep sprinting despite the bleeding getting worse and all that. The last 2 minutes of the raid, I probably can't see shit out of the side 75% of my screen. The only thing I can see is a very little part of the middle of the screen that's not like obscured and you know, and that middle part is still very much blurred. And so I'm like basically going on instinct because I know where the extract is, and I'm losing blood and I'm losing hydration again and energy and all of that. And I make it there with what, like 10 seconds left maybe on the counter, like something crazy like that. And then I get out, and that's it. And there was no one on the way, and you know, like any enemy at any point in that last 10 minutes just kills me. Like I have no way of fighting back. I can't see them, I can't aim, I can barely raise my hands because my it got to the point where my energy, like my stamina, wouldn't go up again. Like it's completely down all the time. So every time even if I try to aim, like it completely sways and you can barely hold your hands up, right? Because all of this is simulated by the game as well. And yeah, so I'm basically, you know, a walking zombie, and I just barely make it out of it. And one thing I had to do, I didn't mention it, but before the sprinting started, once I fixed my hydration on that, I was like, okay, I need to sprint to the extract. I was looking at my bags, and I had collected quite a bit of loot on my way because I was looting for, you know, supplies, and I didn't find supplies, so I was finding like random assortment of loots, and I was just picking it up because why not, right? Might as well pick it up. In case I make it out, that's stuff I can sell. But I had to get rid of all that shit when I decided to sprint because of the weight mechanics. And if I had more weight, that's more exhaustion, more energy spent to walk and sprint and slower, and you know. And it really made me think, once I was done and I was finally, you know, extracted, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I made it out. I was thinking about, you know, that whole conversation about survival mechanics and how very often, again, like it feels tacked on a video game, and it's like it doesn't feel meaningful or it doesn't feel impactful. You know, think about the food or water mechanics in something like Red Dead Redemption 2 or even Cyberpunk, right? The food mechanics don't, you know, it's a little bonus here and there, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's fine though, it doesn't like require it from you, so that's more than fine. But then there's some video games that have those survival mechanics that sort of, you have to interact with them, like you're forced to interact with them, but they have no meaningful impact on the gameplay in a way that makes it more interesting. It's just like a chore that you have to go through, if that makes sense. And instead I'm thinking about that experience I just had, and I'm like, this is what I mean when I talk about like interesting, immersive survival mechanics that add to the experience. I would have never had such an interesting experience if those mechanics weren't in, right? That would have not played the way it did. It would have been a simple shooter situation where, oh, I got shot, and, you know, my character's a bit wounded, but whatever. No, it's like, I survive, I fix myself, and then I'm perfect again. No, like the survival mechanics here were, it's what made everything interesting. And I didn't even do any of what I set out to do in this raid. I didn't do the quest that I was supposed to do. I didn't, you know, engage in meaningful encounters after the first one or anything, but just the, like, coming up with a plan to survive and get your ass to extraction and then being able to extract suddenly became like sort of the main objective of the game. Completely emergent, right? Something that you can't script. It's just a bunch of mechanics working together in a way that makes it meaningful. If I hadn't gotten rid of the loot before starting my sprint towards the end there, like the last 10 minutes, I would have made it there. I would have been too tired, too heavy, too slow, right? So like, everything like sort of came together to make this perfect gaming moment of meaningful mechanics all interacting with one another. And man, again, like I wish I had streamed that, because it was such a great, first of all, like intense experience that I wish I would have been able to share, and just a great example for again, that conversation about meaningful game design when it comes to immersion and gameplay at the same time, right? One of those rare moments where I'm like, video games are actually pretty damn good. Holy shit. And it had to be a modded game, right? Me, who's always trashing video, well, not trashing, but always saying that I don't like modding video games because I like the dev intended experience. All it took was a game dev being so bad with its customers that I end up being like, okay, I'm not playing the live version of this game anymore. Fuck those dudes. I'm modding it and I'm playing it on my own and I'm making it a better game than they ever can. Thanks to the modders that worked on it for years. And so it had to be that one thing, right? To just prove me wrong on my stance of I prefer games without mods, right? Well, there you go. But yeah, again, it consolidates my opinion that Tarkov is one of the best video games ever made, probably. It's unfortunate that it was made by people who care so little about their customers, but... oh well. For first playthrough, I would never mod a game. Yeah, no, me neither. And you know, I'm glad, you know, I had my normal Tarkov experience back in my day, right? I played 2,000 hours of that game on the normal, you know, live servers. But yeah, at this point playing like the single player mod is just the only thing I'm interested in. You'll probably like The Long Dark, good story with survival. I've heard some good things about The Long Dark. Maybe I should consider it at some point. Yeah, I'm excited for Subnautica. I'm looking forward to see how the survival mechanics and everything, you know, I'm interested to see how Subnautica deals with survival, right? It's going to be an interesting experience after Cyberpunk is done, but if a game has its core systems poorly designed, I would go for it for the first time. Yeah, I wouldn't. I still wouldn't, Zulu. If a game is poorly designed, then I'll play it and I'll complain about it, right? I wouldn't mod a game for a first experience. I don't think it's... but I mean, again, it's personal, you know, personal opinions. Of course, everyone is free to do what they want with their video games, but yeah, I couldn't see myself modding a game for a first experience. Makes no sense to me. So Fritz, back to your question. I'm going back to chat now because I told a very boring story for a very long time. So I'm you know, I have to catch up on chat now. Ibuprofen is pretty big. No, yeah, we do have it, but it's generally people take ibuprofen for stuff that is a little more intense than, you know, just normal pain or whatever. Like ibuprofen, as far as I know, it has anti-inflammatory, inflammatory, whatever you pronounce that, however you pronounce that, effects, right? So it feels like it's something that I would take if I'm really like in a worst state, right? If I have like a huge migraine, or if I have like proper, you know, inflammation pain, I would take ibuprofen. If I just have like a bit of a headache, or, you know, just a little pain somewhere, that's something not too big or anything, that's when you take paracetamol because it has less side effects as far as I can tell, right? But and it's also less expensive, right? Well, thank you, Brandon and Mark. I think that it's one of those stories where I think it lacked a sort of big, explosive conclusion, right? It needed more of a... you know, it's one of those stories that just doesn't really go anywhere. It just ends, you're like, oh yeah, I escaped and that's it, right? The last big, like, sort of twist is when I start bleeding again because the stitches pop or whatever, but that's not like a huge, interesting event, right? It's just something that happens. And it didn't have too many consequences except making it, you know, harder for me to sea and everything, but that's how you know it's a real thing that happened in the game, right? I'm not like making up some epic shit that ends with like an epic fight at the last second or whatever, right? No, it's just I just got lucky, right? But I still completely blasted when I made my way to the extract, like going in the bunker. For those of you who know, that's the bunker extract on customs. Like you go down the stairs and then there's a little corner and then you have to go in there to extract. I still went in there and pre-shot that fucking corner. Like as soon as I turned the corner, I was like blasting shots on the back of that, just in case, you know, an AI was extracting as well and or you know, like waiting in there. But no, there was no one. But what's up, Iron Core? Anyway, let me $10. Thank you for gifting us up to Brendan. I appreciate that. Thank you, $10. And Brendan, you will be remembered as always. Drew, what's up? Yo, Drew, I played Operation Flashpoint back in the day. Yes, that game changed so much of my perspective of video games. Operation Flashpoint, I don't know if you've played Project IGI before Operation Flashpoint. I'm not remembering clearly if it's the same dev team and like Project IGI was like the previous game they made and then they went into Flashpoint. But man, Project IGI was also like one of those games where I was like, oh shit, like those war games, shooter games in the future are going to be very, very cool if they keep going that way. And then stuff like Far Cry, like the first Far Cry, you know, started happening, and then Crysis and all that. But that went in a bit of a different direction. But like Project IGI and then like Flashpoint, man, Flashpoint was so immersive. I still remember like you were just waiting here and then like the transport comes and gets you, and then you get into the transport, you go to your, you know, field of operation, and then you get like, you start getting like shot at by an enemy, and you know, when you're in the transport and you feel completely powerless because you can't do anything from in there. Like that game was insane. And now obviously like the Arma, you know, like which I believe is sort of like not the same series, but same dev and philosophy, right? Like Arma is built on the idea of like that started with Flashpoint, as far as I can tell. Now, okay, I need to know if Project IGI was actually the same dev. I don't think it was, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. For some reason, I thought some of the same people worked on it, but Flashpoint is made by, well, it's made by Bohemian whatever, right? Hold on. Bohemian Interactive, yeah. And apparently, well, it lists several developers, also Codemasters. Wasn't Codemasters developed the expansion? Okay, that makes more sense. So yeah, the main game was designed and developed by Bohemia Interactive, and then they made Arma and all that. Oh yeah, no, Bohemia developed Flashpoint. The Codemasters only published the game and then churned out some expansion because the game worked well, right? It's one of those situations like Sierra making an expansion for Diablo, for instance, right? Back in the day, because they had the rights to the like the franchise or whatever. I'm not sure if it was Sierra or whatever, but that sort of a similar situation happened time. You know, when a publisher doesn't really use the main development team to make an expansion, that always goes well, right? Not something that happens very often anymore, somehow. Yeah, I guess I'm assuming publishing contracts are a bit tighter these days, so that stuff doesn't happen so much anymore. But yeah, Flashpoint, you know, I wouldn't go back to it right now, Zulu. Like, if you want to play Flashpoint, just play Arma 3, right? Like, it's the most realized version of that same idea. I don't think going back to Operation Flashpoint makes a lot of sense. Like, the Arma games are legit just that, but better at this point. Unless you're really particularly interested in the specific Flashpoint story. But yeah. But yeah, I still remember one of the first times. I remember playing Flashpoint, and at some point, I have this memory of one session of Flashpoint, which is going to sound very similar to what I just told, but I'm going to make it very short. Where I think a mission turned poorly, and I like lost my team at some point, and I was the only survivor, and I was escaping through a forest and hills to go to an extraction zone that I was supposed to get picked up, or whatever base I was supposed to return to. I had no more vehicle. And I was just like running for 40 minutes. I remember running for like such a long time between forests and hills, being chased by enemies in the distance. And I remember this being like a very interesting, there was nothing to it. There was not an interesting survival mechanics or anything like that. I just remember at the time, which was like late 90s or something, early 2000s, finding this so fascinating that video games could be that sort of grand on a, have such a grand scale, which at the time didn't exist very much, right? Those big open areas, and you had a lot of freedom in there, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Operation Flashpoint. I remember that being a very important game for me when I was younger. In terms of like sort of shaping what my taste in game would be. Oh well. And yeah, I completely ignored the death clause question earlier. It's probably not there anymore. But in case you're still there, is melee the right choice? Any choice is good in this game, as long as you enjoy it, I guess. I don't think Cyberpunk is hard enough of a game for, build choices to actually matter very much. Unless you're trying to min-max, which, Same happened with music. Self-publishing is a thing. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that's being brought up and how it relates to the conversation we're just having, but I don't know if self-publishing in gaming exists in the same way that it does in music. Or even books. Well, I guess it does. Like, games that just don't really... I guess if you were just putting your game on Steam, right? It's pretty much the same as self-publishing through Amazon, for instance, when it comes to books, right? Ebooks? I don't know. And it depends how you define self-publishing too, because is Cyberpunk technically a self-published video game? Yes. Is it really fair to call it that? I don't think so. It just so happens that the same company has two departments, a publishing department and a developing department, right? But it's not really the same as some random, it's not the same as Notch developing Minecraft and self-publishing it back in 2010, right? It's a bit different, but yeah. What happened with Total War Warhammer on my PC? So the first game runs fine. The second game and the third game have both the same issue. Is when I try to start an actual battle, it just crashes during the loading. it doesn't even like do a specific crash or anything. The app literally just disappears. It like forces close itself, and there's no crash error, there's no nothing. Blips out of existence. And that's an issue that I found like other people encountering on forums and all that, and nobody ever found a solution. So, like most of the, like I go on those, I went on those like threads a couple times, like once when I tried Warhammer 2 and once when I tried Warhammer 3. Same sort of threads like came up when I was doing that research. People having the same issue for years. And the only like solutions that people found was like, oh, I got a new PC and it worked. Apparently it just doesn't work on certain machines, and nobody knows why. Self-publishing through social media when small independent devs just leave their files open. Oh, yeah. Does it count though? Maybe. I mean, it depends what you define, how you define self-publishing, right? I don't think. Talking about like books, for instance, right? You know, like writing. I don't think putting your shit on Wattpad, for instance, I don't consider that self-publishing, right? To me, that's just openly sharing your writing, right? Self-publishing to me, at least, you know, if I want to like sort of define it more clearly, involves you actually making the publishing work, right? You create a cover, you know, or you commission someone to create a cover, you do like some proper layout work, you know, even if it's just digital, doesn't have to be necessarily a physical book, but you sort of go through those steps to monetize and publish your work, right? It's not just like openly sharing your like, posting it online for anyone to grab, right? I don't think that's, for me, that doesn't count as self-publishing. Semantics. That's my RAM. I don't know. I have like 16 gigs of... honestly, I don't even remember. I know I have 16 gigs, but... can I know by clicking this? Yeah, I can probably tell with this. I've got some... generic memory. Well, thanks. No, my I have open hardware monitor, but it doesn't specify the RAM that I have. Task manager? Okay, opening it. Okay, where in task manager do I find like the actual exact RAM specifications I have? It tells me how much I have, doesn't tell me like the frequency and all that. Remember, I'm on Windows 7, may not have the same options. Performance, all right? Again, tells me how much I have, doesn't tell me the frequency or anything. Yeah, I'm still on 7, yeah. I have no plans of upgrading before I change computers entirely. I have no desire to reinstall my entire setup. Way too many little things going on. So I'm not about to purchase a license for Windows 11 when I'm probably gonna buy a new computer within the next year and a half, and you know, Windows 7 can be the reason the game's just disappearing. Well, I mean, it works on it's supposed to work on Windows 7, so it can't just be the reason, right? I hope it's not on the internet. How do you think I'm streaming? From the power of sheer will? It's fine. Listen, Everyone's always talking about security issues. It's fine. It's installed on my cyberware, exactly. Not going to Win 11 anytime soon. Aren't they stopping support of Windows 10 next year? We just talked about that yesterday. You're gonna have to, Zulu. It's happening. Support for Windows 10 is ending next year. Next year's pretty damn close. So, at this point, not gonna have much of a choice anymore. Will likely be delayed like Windows 7 was, but yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, I see no... like, personally, I have no interest in upgrading this machine. I'll just... you know, I'll buy a new computer, again, hopefully within the next year, like 12 months, right? I'll get a new computer. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to at some point to play, like, keep streaming and play new video games and all that. So, and I don't want to wait until that one machine dies completely. Then I'm stuck, right? I want to get a new one before this one, the bucket. Well, I'm never switching to Linux, that's for sure. Because I like to actually be able to use software on my computer without having to jump through hoops. I like my computer to be easy and practical. I'm too old to be bothered by, you know... I don't want to have to open a manual every time I want to run something on my computer. I know it's a great operating system for nerds, right? But it's definitely not for me. Why I remind you of Dr. Disrespect? I don't know, because you have terrible taste in streamers, I guess. I don't know. I think people, it's one of those weird things when you have a mustache, people think you look like every other guy that ever had a mustache. Well, as long as, you know, like dark hair and mustache, right? Nobody's gonna compare me to Hulk Hogan, right? But every dark-haired person that has a stash, I've heard that I look like them, which cannot be possible. That is not a thing. Freddie Mercury does not look like Magnum, like Tom Selleck, right? Neither of them look like Dr. Disrespect. Neither of them look like Borat, right? So, I don't know. I think people hyper-focus on some details sometimes. I hate how Hitler compromised the mustache with only the middle part unshaved. Oh yeah, that's definitely one reason to be mad at Hitler. Like that's the thing you will be most remembered for as a thought. You nailed it right there. Like that's the reason why you should be upset at Adolf Hitler. Historically speaking, that's his most significant, you know, impact on the world. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's totally fair right there. Jesus. No, to be fair, you know, jokes aside, I wonder how that stash style would fair if it wasn't for it, right? Would it be trendy? I really wonder. Like, let's ignore all the, you know, political, historical stuff for a second, right? Let's just try to do that. Would that style of mustache still be trendy? Or, you know, have a resurgence or whatever? I wonder. Like, how do we... Because it's so hard to look at that style and separate it from, you know, the obviously the historical significance, right? I'm trying to look at it objectively and be like, is that an interesting style or not? I don't know. I can't tell. I mean, Charlie Chaplin, you know, rocked it for a while. But what's up, Rico? Yeah, it's weird, right, Rico? It's like I can't think about it without, like, I can't look at it objectively. It's so weird. It's one of those things. Even though, like, the haircut, for instance, it has a pretty typical haircut too, right? But that, for some reason, the haircut doesn't, you know, it became trendy again without any sort of. I guess it's not as, you know, strong of a symbol, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Crocs became trendy, so I believe anything can be. That's a good point. I'm not going to mention that I wear Crocs every day as, like, homeware. When I leave my room and I go downstairs, I always have my little Crocs on. I wouldn't wear them outside, right? But I think they're just comfortable. Yeah. Love them. Yeah. Actually, in fact, they were my dad's Crocs. It's the only thing he left me. I'm joking, but they were actually my dad's Crocs. Yeah. Generational Crocs. Yeah. Everyone thinks the Nazi uniform is stylish. I mean, it is. That's the thing, though, right? It's a cool looking uniform. It's clearly well, you know, designed and it looks snappy, but listen, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. If you ignore all the historical significance and the ideologies and all that, if you only purely look at the aesthetics, they knew what they were doing. And that's probably part of why they got so popular at the time, right? For their country, and they managed to rise to the top, right? They had a very controlled sense of image. Not just the uniforms, but like the aesthetic, like the imagery and all the propaganda and all that. Like, they had a very interesting sense of aesthetic. And they knew what they were doing, and it worked, you know? Yeah. It's one of those crazy things, right? Of same with, you know, like crusaders of the Middle Ages, right? And the whole Christian crusades and all that. Like that whole, obviously they did like horrible, terrible things, but that whole aesthetic is pretty fucking cool if you look at it just purely from a visual standpoint, right? Yeah. But it's hard to look at that and sort of separate yourself from the historical significance. Oh. Although I guess it's easier for stuff like that happen in the Middle Ages or prior to that than it is with World War II, which is still feels pretty much... That's the sad part, I guess, with World War II, is that some of the effects of and impacts of those ideologies are still felt to this day. I mean, it's easy to see in the current political climate how, you know, how much that propaganda still holds influence almost a century later, fortunately. But the American Confederacy, is that I'm not too well versed on that. That's part of the like Civil War, right? I'm not very knowledgeable at all on that whole side of history. Never, you know, never studied it or anything. Civil War, yeah. I'm assuming you guys see that in school, like in the US, right? Yeah, I know like the basic, you know, sort of largest threads of that story, right? But southern side of the American Civil War. Yeah, I mean, this that shit also still, like, talking about like influence that still exists to this day. And I'm not so sure if it's as much an influence as it is people today sort of looking back at those ideologies and embracing them in the 2020s, which is very weird, right? Well, I guess the same could be said about you know, like neo-fascists and all that, but it's such a weird way to like, I'm trying to think about the logic of, you look back at history and you see the shit that happened and you're like, you know what? That side had it right. Like, how do you make that jump? It baffles me, but What's up, Glegger? I'd say maybe 80% of the war with Japan was won by Marines. I'd say 99% of statistics in Twitch chat are made up on the spot by people that have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know if that's your case, I'm just saying, in general. Can you explain more fully what you mean by that side had it right and how you make that jump? I'm just thinking, you know, you're in the 2020s, right? You have all of human history's knowledge at your disposal in the palm of your hand, right? And you're looking back at history. Yeah, sorry, I paused there for a second because I thought it was hilarious that Deathclaw was calling out JC about, you know, military facts, but anyway, so you have like history at the palm of your hand, right? And you're looking back at like World War II or even like the Civil War, and you're looking, you know, you can read everything you want, and of course there's a bias there. History is written by the victors, right? There's always some stuff you can question. Right. I'm not saying you shouldn't question everything. You should question things. It's fine to question. But you look at, you know, that stuff, and there's some pretty clear lines in there, right? About slavery, about, you know, the genocide and the, you know, it's hard for me to understand someone looking back at this history and being like, you know what? I think that side, the one that defended slavery, probably had it right. I'm going to use that as my whole identity in the 2020s. I'm going to have a Confederate flag in front of my house. And I'm gonna hold those values as something that I, you know, that's a part of me now. It just baffles me. I'm assuming a lot of that comes from the fact that I doubt these people actually read very much about, you know, that history and question what happened. They're just like eating up some fucking ideology brought up by like modern propagandists, but yeah. You would never convince a Turk that there was an Armenian genocide or Greek genocide? Well, I wouldn't say never. You know, there's been pretty notorious examples, but obviously, when it comes to like a full-on like government taking a, you know, a stance on recognizing that sort of shit, it becomes a lot more complicated. But I'm surprised people are racist because they have access to history books. Yeah. You know what, Rico? Yes! I know it's completely naive of me, but yes, I am surprised. I am surprised people are still racist in 2020 plus. Yes. I decide I'm gonna die on that hill. I am surprised that people have access to history and still have those takes and stances. Yes. I think we should learn from the past and mistakes of our, you know, ancestors. I know it's very naive. I realize that. But yes, it will always surprise me. There's always a little part of me that will be surprised. Yes. And a bigger part of me that will never understand it. I'm not saying I don't understand the underlying, you know, I'm not saying I don't understand how people get there. I understand how, you know, ideologies work, brainwashing works, propaganda works. I get all of that stuff, somewhat, right? I'm not an expert or anything, but, you know. But it still baffles me. I don't know. I still can't. I don't know. I don't understand how you hold those values and you think they're fine. I don't know. But I mean, I understand it's a self-defeating sort of circular logic, right? You wouldn't have those values if you could understand why they are, you know. Have to remember that you're lucky to have parents that educated and raised you well. I don't know if I can give my parents a lot of credit there. At least not on those things. We never really talked about any of that stuff, to be fair. I don't know. My grandmother is probably the person who raised me the most. She didn't know or cared about any of that stuff, but she did raise me with some solid values of, you know, love and caring and sort of acceptance, right, of people, I guess. Which, you know, obviously then impacts the way you're gonna look at the world and deal with information, right? So yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wasn't educated or you know, on those topics specifically, but I got the tools that I needed, I guess. Yeah, maybe not as a thought. You know, sometimes it's the interesting thing is how do those things like influence you subconsciously, for instance, right? And how many of the, you know, sometimes sort of the thought processes you may have, or sort of the way you approach certain things, how much is that influenced by that sort of upbringing without you realizing? Maybe I think that's always fascinating. Internalized, you know. But yeah, obviously, you know, the way you're being brought up and education and all that goes far beyond what your parents do, right? School plays a role, your friends play a role, your role models, your, you know. And I think even more so in this day and age with the sort of importance of social media, for instance, in young people's lives, that can have a huge impact on someone's, you know, thought processes and all that. Which is why we shouldn't underestimate the power of big social media figures and the ideologies they hold. And we shouldn't ignore them and think, oh, they're just a fucking TikToker, who cares? Nah. Maybe you don't, because you're an adult and all that. All those kids that are, you know, scrolling that shit, that will have an impact on their education and you know, the way they approach life and information in the future. So Sure, Rico, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if your country was, you know, destroyed by another, regardless of the reasons and the historical, you know, path that led there and all of that, like, how does that influence your understanding of other people, right? Like, I'm looking at the situation, for instance, in the Balkans. That's something that's pretty close to us in Switzerland, because we had a lot of refugees from those areas in the 90s, right? We were like a big welcoming country for a lot of Balkan refugees. And I always remember growing up, like going through high school and all that, how the friends I had from different parts of the Balkans, right? Croatian, Serbians and Bosnians, and, you know, people from Kosovo and Albania and all that, how they interacted with one another, like the dynamics in those groups were fascinating. Even like I remember as a teenager, I thought it was, I didn't understand it, I didn't fully get it. I always thought it was so like fascinating to see how they interacted with one another for things that they themselves had no power over, right? Some of them had like such profound hatred for one another, even though, you know, none of their parents even like fought, like they all escaped very early on in the conflict, but they just had that internalized hatred for one another just because of what their, you know, the conflicts their countries were involved in. And I remember thinking that was super fascinating even when I was a teenager in high school, right? I was looking at two groups of people that I was perfectly friends with, all of them, and they were all extremely nice people, and they couldn't stand one another just because of all that, you know, like sort of generational trauma or whatever, right? I think it's part of, like, it was actually one of the big motivators behind me going to college to study contemporary history, because those sort of fucking like human you know, human interactions like fascinated me, and I sort of wanted to understand it a bit better, right? I don't think I understand it better. I think it raised more questions than it gave me answers, but I guess that's part of the deal. Yeah, fear the unknown for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely, Brendan. But let's keep fooling ourselves thinking we have free will, because that's reassuring. All right. That's a whole other can of worms right there that I'm not sure I'm willing to open right now, but I'm very much in favor of... I'm personally leaning... I don't know if I have no... There's not a lot of things I have very firm beliefs on. Certainly not free will versus determinism, but I feel like I'm leaning more towards determinism being, you know, the driving force behind everything. But art theories in college? I don't know what that is. It may just be called differently in French, because I was studying in French at the time. So. A cone of possibilities? Yeah, I don't know, Brendan. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe you have some form of choice. But then what is to say that your choice was actually a choice, right? Maybe you were always going to make that same choice. Then we have to define free will, sure. Which is why I said that it's probably a can of worms that I'm not willing to open right now, because that would probably, you know, philosophers have been thinking about that for thousands of years, and they haven't come to a conclusion. I don't think we're gonna get there today. What if by saying that, I just prevented us from finding the ultimate truth? And we were the ones who were gonna finally figure it out. And now we never will. Maybe this Twitch chat right there was gonna be the place where the ultimate truth of free will versus determinism was gonna be discovered. Yeah. Schrodinger's decision making, right? Sure, Brendan, yeah. A lot of racism comes from people's inability to accept their own weaknesses or failings. So they want to get out of jail free card to save their ego. Get out of jail card. No. I think that makes sense. Anyway. I should probably start playing the video game a little bit.
Attention all Dogtown residents. This is Kurt Hansen. An unmarked aircraft has crashed in our district.
Have you spent at least $100 in the Grand Imperial Mall? Collect your free roller coaster ticket.
Alright, so we were supposed to get in there. Oh yeah, that was the whole fucking thing with the lady that just... Oh yeah, that was so funny. Charles Wilson. So that one is one of the NCPD's, you know, dude, and then Bill Mitchell. And Stella, so that's Stella's husband. Okay. So she says, I remember, I'm not going to read their bios because I'm worried that there's a bit too much information there. I remember her saying that Charles was a bit of a dickhead and Bill was a, you know, a good man. Just poorly influenced or something. And I'm ready for infiltration. Look at me. I'm either ready to go on a dive again or I'm ready to infiltrate a building. Okay, come on. I'm taking the stairs, whatever. Did you just want to loot that trash can? No, I didn't even notice the trash can. I'm just looking around for entry points. I'm not seeing a lot of... I mean, it's an old abandoned building, but I feel like I should be able to open that door. Let's see. I want to check the roof first. Ow! What the fuck? Okay, game, you're gonna have to cooperate a little bit. What the? Okay, is there an invisible roof? What's happening right now? There's an invisible wall! Okay, that's bullshit. Like I'm way far enough to get up. Yep, I can't get up there. Okay, that's wild. Are there many national holidays in Switzerland, like official days off? That sounds like a yes and no answer. But at the same time, how do you define many? I don't know. Look it up on Google. And then you tell me. You Google Switzerland official national holidays, and then you tell me if you think that's many or not. Okay, I can't jump on that. Okay, this is mind-blowing to me, but all right. It's yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Iron Core. It's the first time that I feel stopped by a wall. Nope. Are those part of the... Okay, there's an entrance there, potentially. So silent, it didn't even make a sound. I need to not kill anyone, right? She asked me to do this quietly, so come on. I don't have the tech abilities to open that. Okay, I can force this one open. Optics are did well. Find Bill and Charles. Can I close this one? Non-lethal. Thank God the sounds are not simulated in this game, because holy crap. Ooh, Mallow Breeze Tri-Weave shirt and vest. This one looks nice. Hold on. It doesn't look full black like what I would prefer, but it looks pretty good. Yeah, well, okay. Sorry about that. Never mind. Speaking of Ding Dong, Tixar. Stealthy Mr. Bean. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, Stealthy Mr. Bean. Johnny English spy situation happening right now. Was that Johnny English? Is like James Bond parody or something? I should watch those movies again. Oh. Okay, what was that? It was Johnny English? Nice, nice. Again, reminder, we're non-lethal. She asked us to not kill anyone. I'm not sure why I'm protecting, you know, Barghest guys, but I'm doing what the client wants. So. I have deja vu. Feels like I have seen this stream. That's what happens when you spend 250 hours in a game, I guess. At some point, you sort of feel like you're doing the same things, right? Or if it's a stronger feeling than that, then yeah, just a deja vu, right? Deja vu in French. What are they cooking? Oh, damn, that looks good. Mmm. They're eating good in there. Deja vus are so weird. Mm-hmm. Oh, they are, definitely. Yeah, that's at least 2 of them. I think that's only 2 of them, but I'm not sure. Fuck. Is he behind the pillar now? No, not quite. God, that angle is so fucking tight. I hate it.
How dare you!
Are you telling me he's not... Okay, that was... That was not ideal. Thankfully, it doesn't look like we alerted anyone else. But that was a lot messier than I was hoping. What's up, Philinor? How are you doing today? And Zui. I don't know if I said hi, but I don't think so. Oh, money. Making piles of enemies? Yeah, I mean... I have to be methodical. Oh shit, that's a lot of weapons. That's gonna be a good amount of money right there. The fact that this one is not something you can pick up is weird. Company expense account shard. Lucky 82 D57? Wait, what? Oh, it's a message. Oh, okay. I didn't realize what it was. Hassan Demir. Well, crack it up. 1C, 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 BD. Oh, well. 1C, 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 BD. Okay, we got it. Fund transferred. Caution. Zetatech company expense accounts funds may only be used for purchase of legal products. Buying and selling products from illicit sources will be subject to severe punishment. Visitors from the NC fucking PD, from Megan Gray to Dodger. You're not gonna believe it, boss. 2 badges came by in their squad car. And who did they bring? The Jesse Turner fuck who stole our merch. No shit. They said the NCPD does fuck all for the citizens. They're waiting for you down in the basement, the popo and the perp. Because they're hoping to get that finder's fee. Told them you'll come in sometime during the day. They said they'll have they said they have time and can wait for you, so they're waiting. So someone stole that gang's merch. Jesse Turner. And then 2 badges came in. So that's Bill and Charles. Bringing that dude to them. Probably hoping to make some money out of it. And then... So either... Maybe Bill and Charles are actually in cahoots. And you know, like Stella thinks they're being kidnapped, but they're actually not. Or they got kidnapped after the fact, because why not? What's up, Bren? Dodger to 28 users. Here's the deal. Need to find a dumbfuck who swiped my powder. Dumbfuck's name is Jesse Turner. Some of you may remember him as one of our runners back in the day. Took off to NC with my white girl, so I ask your city tunes if they seen him around. Whoever finds the rash boy will be rewarded. And a scav shard from Andrew Spence to Mark Moon. Andrew Spence. Nope, I don't have the name. Mark Moon. Nope. Do I have an ID on Jesse Turner? Nope. Okay. You scored a supposedly uncrackable shard from the scavs. Wanna take a shot at it? Belong to some Zetatech corpo names Hassan or some shit. Check what's on their tomb. Uncrackable. If I was able to crack it, that thing was far from uncrackable. Because I'm really bad at hacking, so. If I am able to crack your shard, that's how you know your shit's not safe. Okay, so nothing to see here.
Dodger still ain't here. It's one long ass drive.
How the fuck should I know?
Was supposed to be here like an hour ago.
Okay, there's two of them. That's what I figured.
Except he's not. Riddle me that.
That's what I was afraid of. I wasn't, you know, I didn't want to shoot the first guy as soon as I saw him because I was afraid there would be a second one. Okay. See? That's why you move the bodies. If I didn't move the bodies, can you imagine? Yeah, if I didn't move the bodies, the whole place would be alerted right now. Instead, perfect. Clean, easy. And not a single dead body yet. Only this I've only what's the word I'm looking for? Disabled them? No, there's another word. Incapacitated. All non-lethal so far. Okay, those two we read. This one we haven't. NCPD Deputy Commissioner Claudia Feldman. I don't think we know of Claudia Feldman. Nope. Nope. To all NCPD Pacifica staff, effective October 17th, 2072. No, Rian King, my password is password with 2 W's. Because nobody in their right mind would ever think to write it that way. Yeah, Philinor. I haven't played Deus Ex yet. The newer ones. I played the old one. Checks out. I logged in. Yeah. Don't steal all my Bitcoin, please. First one is Human Revolution. The other one is Mankind Divided, I think. My memory serves me right. Again, I haven't played it. I haven't played them, but heard of them. Yeah, Ren. Ha. You got me. I dropped my controller for that joke. Hope you're happy. Okay. I'm trying to... Oh. Okay, alright. What did I do? Sorry about that. Now I have to wipe my controller down for a second. No, please, game. I should disable my controller when I do that, but... Who the fuck does names their kid Walter now? I think Walter is a great name. I think Walter is a good name. Yeah. I don't mind it. I don't have grenades equipped, Tixar. We unequipped grenades a while back for that precise reason. In fact, I did actually press the trigger that would have thrown a grenade. It turned me invisible instead. Much better consequence. No window opening tonight? Probably not. It's pretty cold. I don't know. Maybe later. I mean, to be fair, nothing's wrong with Walter. It is not a very popular name these days. That is true. But I think it's a good name. I like it. Effective October 17th, 2072, the NCPD Pacifica Precinct is hereby disbanded and the contracts of all officers working therein are terminated. We suggest you leave the precinct in civilian attire in view of strong anti-police sentiments in the area. We have also received reports of planned riots in Pacifica, including a potential attack on the precinct itself, which is why we advise you to leave the building ASAP. The decision to disband the precinct has the full backing of Mayor Lucius Rhine. Respectfully, Claudia Feldman, NCPD Deputy Commissioner. Never met a Walter either. I've met one Walter. I don't know if that was his real name though. I don't think so. Maybe. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was. I named my kid Archer and not after the animated show. Okay, that's the most surprising part of that story, is that it's not after the show. It would be a very JC thing to do. To name a character after a show. Name a kid after the character of a show. Okay, so there has to be... Oh, elevator. I didn't notice it. No cool story? Yeah, no, that's fair. Archer is a cool name. I like it.
For Christ's sake, there's a switch to the right. Use it.
My right or your right?
My fucking right.
Bunch of incompetent fools in this.
Pressed it. Nothing happened.
Fucking grown-ass man can't open a fucking door.
Think it's broken.
What a bunch of idiots. Bumbling
For
fools.
Christ's sake, there's a switch to the right. Use it.
My right or your right? Hello?
Ah, shit. Now the other one's alerted.
Someone out there?
Who's asking, Charlie or Bill?
It's Charlie. So Stella did manage to find someone. Thank fuck. Okay, let's try to get this open. Fucking slab this thing. Little help.
What the fuck is happening here? Wait, hold on.
Won't budge. Need your help.
Okay, no, that was the Vargas guy. I was afraid. Help Charlie or open the door, stand back.
Won't budge. Need your help.
Yeah, you know what? Stand back.
Better step back.
Oh my god!
Jesus fucking Christ.
What happened to you?
I know.
What the fuck?
Don't worry. Not my blood.
That is not
The
reassuring
hell happened?
whatsoever.
Better see for yourself. It's just through here. This is Bill.
Oh my...
Hi.
Okay. What the fuck? Is that Jesse Turner? It is. Asphyxiation, synth coke overdose. Synth cake overdose. Okay, listen. I think my version is a lot more interesting. Synth cake overdose sounds better than synth coke overdose. Just saying. Open abdomen and intestines, lacerated puncture neck wound. Age 28. Sentenced to 3 years in prison for armed robbery. Wanted for drug felonies. Unemployed. Charles Wilson. High-ranking NCPD officer. Turned disciplinary action 2. Bill Mitchell. NCPD officer engaged to Stella Ramos. Also a very good arcade game player, apparently. Bill Mitchell. What's up, Prison Mike? King of Kong? Anyone? No? Okay. I guess I'm a nerd amongst nerds. Nerds, right?
What in the...
And he's not a cheater. No, not at all. Who would dare to imply that Bill Mitchell's a cheater? What the fuck have they done to that man? I shouldn't have to ask a question. But apparently they're just waiting. Okay, who's that?
Who's your friend?
Who, me? Just told you. I'm Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Got that. No, I mean the dead fucking body on the table you somehow failed to mention to Stella.
We didn't kill him, okay? We swear.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Let's see. 2 blood-soaked dudes locked in a room with a gutted corpse. Yeah, real puzzler. Better take ages for a detective to unravel this one.
Go on. Tell him about your genius idea.
My idea? You're the one who set up the deal with
was
Dodger.
rock fucking solid. If only you didn't leave a bag of drugs in front of a junkie.
How was I supposed to know he'd swallow it?
I quit teaching in 2019. Do not have to deal with that sort of stuff anymore. What's up, Never Fades Away? How are you doing today? What drugs?
You say drugs?
Oh, you go!
No, you!
I swear to fucking God.
Went like this. Choom over here clips Dodger's shit.
Sure.
Hightails it to NC. We catch wind Dodger's put out a bounty to bag him. Bring back his nose candy.
Okay, that I figured out from the
Bumped
emails.
right into him during a routine stop. Dumb fucking luck. Choom was carrying 7 ounces of sin coke. So we cuffed him. Took him here.
And then he swallowed it?
Jim swallowed 7 whole ounces? That even possible?
So we're here, waiting on Dodger, when Bill pops the baggie on the table like it's nothing. All of a sudden, this gong turd yells, "Fuck you, pigs," and stuffs the bag in his mouth.
Could have had a food tube implant, like a deep, wide throat.
Yeah, like the one your mom's got. Fuck you even talking about, Bill?
Why swallow it? Probably to kill himself, right? I don't know. Could have been the intention. The music in the background is perfect. Wait, you mean like the very, very, very distant and faint jazz? Or are you hearing some other music that I'm not? Yeah, Rico? Okay. I honestly, I didn't think you would even hear it on stream, because it's so low and faint, but good. That tells me that the sound's on a good level. I mean, I'm assuming he did it to, like, kill himself, right? But couldn't get him to spit it out?
Couldn't get him to just spit it out?
We tried to make a fuck.
Tracheotomy, yeah.
Poke a fucking hole in his neck. No dice. Bag must have broke because he got all foamy at the mouth. Started spazzing out and then just croaked. That's when we started to panic.
Oh, he wanted to just put it in his stomach to not...
tens of thousands worth of eddies. What the fuck else are we supposed to do?
I mean, if the bag's broke, you're not gonna reclaim the drugs from inside his stomach. It's not... How are these people even cops? I don't know, nothing. The bag already broke.
If the bag already broke, why bother trying to play Operation?
We panicked, all right? Shit happens.
It's all gone. Dissolved. And now Dodger's gonna end us.
So you bring him the thief who swiped his dope. Only now there's no thief. Or dope.
Yeah. It's about the gist of it. You gotta help us get out of here.
This is an interestingly elaborate storyline for just a green side mission. I wonder if the DLC greens are a bit more elaborate, right? That's probably the case, right? They're a bit more sort of in-depth. Because I feel like most of the green gigs in the main game are pretty uneventful in terms of like storyline. There's a joke like, why do cops always work in pair? One can read, the other can rhyme. All right, well, let's move then. Couldn't leave on your own?
Couldn't have just up and left on your own?
Well, we kinda left our iron in the squad car.
Just keeps getting better. Where is it?
In the garage.
To the garage we
It's
go.
official, V. Finally made it to the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
League of first-class leadheads, to be precise.
Nice of you to join us, Johnny.
Oh,
Always
Stella's gonna
value your
kill
input.
me if she finds out what we did. I'm a dead man walking.
Know what you could use?
What?
A nice big pair of balls.
Oh, 'cause you're such a tough guy? Not like you stutter in front of the cap every fucking time.
I don't fucking stutter. Let us through here before. What was the code again? 2893?
It was 2983.
Idiot, it was 2893. Saw him punch it. Go on.
Didn't work. Ha! 2983. I fucking told you.
Dodger Scoot. Careful.
I'm shaking my head at you.
Hey, surveillance cam.
Yeah, it's already down. See, already nicely tucked in there. Beautiful. Don't even have to move the body.
Shit, another door. Sealed tight.
Oh boy.
Again? Come on, guys.
Hey, this wasn't us, okay? Be a switch around here somewhere.
Dodger will drown us in eddies, Bill. The plan is foolproof, Bill. Trust me, I know what I'm saying, Bill.
Shut up, Bill.
So what if it's fucking Pacifica? What? Too pussy to set foot there, Bill? Afraid of earning some serious scratch?
Says the asshole who couldn't keep a bag in his fucking pocket.
Can I shoot them? No. That would solve the issue. Oh, I'm supposed to find a way to open the door. Oh, come on, game. I didn't get a point, did I? No. God damn it. Door problem. From Bree Gray to Ali Morgan. Garage doors busted. Something short circuits when you power it up. Mark claims it's the wiring, but who the fuck knows what the problem really is? So you gotta rewire it every time, otherwise the fuse blows and the entire building goes dark. Alright, how do I, What's up, Burro Body? Welcome in. White Wolf, good to see you. How are you today? Oh, maybe in the control room. Yeah. Yeah, that thing. There it is. Gotta switch a few things around and it's gonna be perfect, right? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Working from the hizzy? What does that mean? From home? I'm alright, thank you. From home. What? Oh. Wait, what the?
Huh? Shit! Sorry.
You got it.
They're coming. Do something. Need to get past them.
Dude. Oh my god. Okay, if I don't actually hit the head with this, this gun does not do a lot of damage. It's great for like stealth, non-lethal kills, but if you don't actually nail them, you're, yeah, you're in a heap of trouble. Yeah, those are the cops of nights. It explains so much about what we've seen of the police in this game so far. This explains so much. Let's be real.
Oh, you gonna pay. Oh!
Shit.
Where was the purpose?
Yeah, sure. I'm so fucking done with this shit. Soon as this is over, I'm gonna retire and open me up a stop still.
Serious scratch to be made in wieners.
I'm sorry you tried.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here.
Our squad car's right through here.
Mm-hmm.
You do have them, don't you?
The keys. Shit.
Oh, come.
Don't tell me you left him upstairs.
Chill, Choom. Got him right here.
All right. Oh.
Fuck.
Great.
Would you look at that? A welcoming party. How thoughtful. Greetings, fellas. Oh, am I early?
We can explain.
Quiet. You I don't know. Care to introduce yourself?
Got no idea what I'm doing here. I was hired to help.
Got hired by these two to help.
Oh, they look like they could use a hand, all right. One thing I can't put my finger on, though. What's that you got on your faces? A little ketchup? Run out of napkins?
Yeah, well, no, not us, per se.
You any better at speaking full sentences?
There was a shootout. A guy got hit. Was bleeding out fast. After that, brought your stuff here. Left it all upstairs, so it's all good.
Another smooth talker. All right, third time's a charm. Is he spinning yarns?
Don't need me to answer that.
You're right. I don't.
Charlie, Bill, just tell them what happened.
Yeah.
So, we caught the gonk who clipped your 7 ounces. Brought him back here. Problem is, he ate the product.
He ate the
Swallowed whole.
7 ounces in front of you?
It was so quick we didn't have time to react. We tried taking it out, but...
You did what now?
Don't look at me, dude.
Hey, don't look at me. Wasn't there.
You know.
Starting to wish I was. So spill, what happened? And don't skimp on the gory deeds.
We tried taking the stuff out from him, like from the inside.
Inside? I don't even... So all this blood?
Wanted to get it back for you, but it all kinda, dissolved in him.
You believe this shit?
Savages, boss.
Okay. And how do you factor into this freak show?
Oh, man. They're scared you're gonna kill them. I'm just as surprised as you are.
Waiting right here.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking. Later, Brendan. See, now I get, you know, his... I should have guessed it from the start. The way his wife thought, you know, like, that leaning back into the thing would suddenly turn her into an you know...
Well, come on.
Non-suspicious, like, spy or whatever. Like, I should have guessed that. How do I factor in this freak show? I'm just as surprised as you are. Or they're scared you're gonna kill them. I'm just as surprised as you are.
Hey, look, I'm just as stupefied as you are. 2 gonks over here called me to pull him out of this clusterfuck.
Let me get this straight now. You two fools let this scaresbag OD on your watch, then slice him open after the queso blancos are already dissolved? As if that's not enough, you hire a merc, cause you're scared you get 2 to the back of your skulls?
Out sums it up.
Oh, you can't make this shit up. Fucking badges, man. Protectors serve my ass. That's why they call you NC's finest, huh? Finest of fuck-ups, am I right? Wait till the boys hear this.
Should've got them on camera, boss.
So, what now? They're coming with me. Oh boy. Jesus.
Waiting right here.
I have a feeling this is not gonna end very well, though. Oh, also, that's what I look like during all of this, because I was doing an infiltration operation. Perfect. I mean, listen, I was just doing a, you know, I was working right there, right? Okay, if this goes to shit, I'm shooting in with real bullets this time. I'm not just, you know. This clearly devolved into something that I wasn't ready for. If this goes to shit, I'm shooting with real bullets.
Yeah.
So, what now?
So, we good?
Sure. For now. Besides, I'd give a measly 7 ounces for a story like that any day. You're free to go, officers.
Ought to check on the boys upstairs, boss.
Touché. Bear with us, millisec. Check their biomarkers.
Vitals are green. They're breathing.
I'd get them out of here if I change my mind.
Oh
But
shit!
don't think you heard the last of me, fellas.
Bill, Charlie, get in the car in Delta.
Move!
We're going.
Thanks, V.
You're quite welcome. Okay, I'm gonna have opinions on this. I'm waiting for it to be done and then I'll...
Time to leave, Merc.
It's not even out of character. I know. That's the funniest part. It actually fits. Oh my lord. Oh boy.
V, so tell me, what did our boys in blue do this time?
Don't ask.
Swear to Christ, if someone asks me one more time.
Prickly today, are we? I'll make do without details. If the client is happy, then so am I. Contract closed.
So okay. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh Jesus. What a game. So, okay. I was very impressed with how, you know, like it tells you should probably not, you know, the woman tells you should probably not kill anyone. I want this to be clean, like no bloodshed or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this, you know, clean, right? Because she asked. That's the client's word is final. Anyway. Usually it doesn't lead into anything. But the way here that they were suddenly like, oh yeah, check the vitals upstairs. I'm like, oh shit. You know, like the way it suddenly checks if, you know, if you've done it correctly or what. I think that's a very cool detail. And I'm curious of how it would have devolved if, you know, for some reason I had went in hard and killed some of them instead, right? I think that was a very cool way of doing it. It added to the tension there for a second, and I was really pleased with it. Oh, iconic revolver. Nice. Roscoe. Gonna look at that in a second. And then obviously, you know, the dude just... Well, I'm assuming that's just an unintended... I wouldn't call this a bug, right? It's just an unintended consequence of the game working the way it does. Of the dude running, like going away with the car, and they just run over one of the guys. Although, I mean, frankly, I don't even care if it's intended, if it's a bug or whatever. I think it perfectly fits the way this whole mission has been going. Those two fucking nerds are incapable of doing something right. I'm a bit sad because there's a part of me that like feels like this may have led into something else potentially later, right? Potentially Dodger could have, I don't know, called for help in the future or something more, which is a shame. If there's more like interesting stories about with those characters, it could have been interesting. But at the same time, I'm like, that's how the game goes, right? You just roll with the punches, I guess. So yeah, I'm not too mad about it. I guess so. I guess I would say that I'm not too mad about it. Okay, let's put my normal clothes again. There we go. Alright. Also, side note, that shotgun is absolutely fucking amazing. I've had issues with that precise type of shotgun in the past, like they weren't my favorite for some reason. This particular version of it is absolutely insane. And the only reason for that is the precision. It is so, like, focused, right? It feels like shooting a... Like, I mentioned that in the past. Like, I like shotguns when they shoot slugs. I don't like shotguns when they shoot, like, that what video games do most often is, like, that widespread that only works at, like, very close range. I hate that. I don't think that's very fun. Yeah, the buckshot-style shotgun. I'm not a big fan of that, especially in video games. I think they're, you know... They're exaggerating that effect to a level that's just not fun to me. Anything that shoots slugs, you know, very precise, like that's the type of shotgun I actually enjoy. Oh yeah, a normal shotgun, even with buckshot, has some pretty decent range. And with a slug, it's, you know, just as precise as a carbine or whatever. Well, maybe not, but you know, you can shoot a target at, I don't know, like 100 meters easily with a slug, right? Probably. I mean, I'm not a weapons expert, but I'm sure we have some people more knowledgeable than me that can, you know, confirm or deny that stuff, but yeah. I do not have a YouTube channel, no Burro Body, but all the VODs playthroughs are saved on the channel on Twitch here. So yeah. But yeah, so this shotgun sort of feels like, you know, I can hit a very specific, precise target at a pretty good range. Because it's so precise and focused. And especially the fact that there's always going to be one bullet at the center, because like the spread is completely controlled. It makes sure that you're actually hitting the target, right? But yeah, I mean, at that distance, that's the side of the head, roughly, right? So you're like literally shooting every like bullets in the head. Yeah, what a fantastic weapon. It is iconic. Yeah, it's Judy's shotgun. And so I just picked up... hold on. I just picked up... Let me... try that new revolver I just picked up. There it is. The original Doom shotgun, good range and precision. Yeah, the original basic one is great. Yeah, love it. Yeah, and then you have like the double barrel. That's a bit more like the typical video game shotgun, right? What's up, Griddle Leaks? Good to see you, by the way. Ren, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Burro Body. 53 gifted subs. I appreciate that. And Burro Body, now you can enjoy all those VODs and whatever without any ads, thanks to Ren. So enjoy that, and Burro Body, you will be remembered, as we say around here. Slugs can be shot somewhat accurately up to like 500 meters. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's why I always... Like, I don't enjoy... I get that for video games you want some balance between the weapons, right? What's the point of a shotgun behaving like a carbine or you know, like a precision rifle or whatever? It wouldn't make sense. You want the weapons to have different uses. You have to sort of work out that balance, right? But yeah, in real life, like a shotgun is actually pretty accurate, for sure. 200 meters practically. And that's one of the things that I enjoy when, again, like when I'm playing, like these days I've been playing a lot of single-player Tarkov, is the weapons actually behave like proper weapons. If you bring a shotgun with, you know, slugs in there, you're gonna snipe some fuckers with that shit. So, yeah. Yeah, someone mentioned that. Tixar just mentioned that, Philinor. Yeah. But yeah, so I always like a good shotgun that feels accurate at a pretty good distance. Let's put it this way. So this one's perfect for me. I really love it. Anyway, what's this revolver? Tier 5 plus iconic. A shit ton of damage. Okay. Shooting an enemy in the leg has an increased chance to knock them down. Grants 10 style points. Headshots against enemies on the ground always do crit damage. Oh shit! So you shoot them in the leg, and then once they're down... Okay, that's pretty cool. I don't hate that. Let's look at the weapon. Okay, I'm in a weird situation right now where it doesn't want to do the animation. The equipping animation. So I'm gonna go out and hopefully be able to get it. Wait, there's a named character in there? Okay, hold on. Can I get back there? I've never played Halo, so I don't have any opinions on Halo at all. I've never played any of them. Yo, Credo, what's up, man? Oh, we just had one of the best side gigs I've ever played in this game. I wish you could have seen it. It was hilarious. It was basically like a 90s buddy cop comedy. How's your trip so far? Are you in the hotel right now? How are you enjoying your work vacation? Oh! Okay, sir. Okay, oh, well. Nice. Okay, that weapon's pretty cool. Like the good old 1-2, one in the leg, one in the head. Oh, those are all the dudes I disabled earlier without killing them. I don't like bar guests. They're a bunch of assholes. Came in early to do some actual sleep. All is relatively safe and we persist. Well, hey, I'm glad everything's safe. Fredo, I hope you have a good one. Okay, so I can't get to that named character downstairs, apparently. Wow. Did I? I'm not sure I got the right guy. Oh my god, half his head is missing. What the? Okay. Are you still alive? Dead? Alive? I don't know. Whatever. Just making sure. I'm just cleaning up after the fact. This is some like Soldier of Fortune level animations. I love it. Or rather than animation, I should say, like impact graphics, right? Alright, there we go. Okay, there's a background sound effect that's not stopping. I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, Prison Mike, absolutely. The cage match month is gonna happen. I'm not sure when exactly, but I doubt it will be in 2024 because of the like planned schedule of games, but who knows. Is it time to go to the moth bar? Maybe. It's 3 a.m. but I need to do those fights at some point, but not now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start that DLC next step. Yeah, I know I know a little bit about the new Deus Ex games, right? Even though I didn't play them. So I get the like similarities, the sort of immersive sim aspects that they both share, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would play them in the future, maybe. So yeah, I do like this. I do like this revolver. I'm not sure if I'm really ready to use it. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's play with it a little bit. Why not? I'm gonna do a quick save and reload. I just replayed the David Cage games. Can be fun depending on your mentality. Yeah, I mean, I don't think fun's is the issue for me when it comes to those games. It's really just a problem with the writing, but there it is. I just wanted to see the animation because it looks so cool. Look at that. Hell yeah, nice. What's with this one now? Nice. I really love the animation of that shotgun. I mean, I've played the games before, right, Prison Mike, so I know I'm not gonna like it. I have this opinion on David Cage precisely because I know what he's writing. How do you trigger the inspect animation? On console or with a controller, it's double triangle. Like the key you use to holster is like double triangle, right? And if you double triangle to bring it out, it does the animation again. Yeah. Very cool. Yep. Love it. On PC you have to hold the key, yeah. Do I plan to do all the gigs? The green ones probably not. I mean the DLC ones, I mean this one was great, so it makes me want to do a few more, but a lot of the green ones in the main game at least were sort of, you know, go in, grab that, get out, and then there was not much story to it. So I guess it will have, maybe we'll see, it will depend. Well, I'm not sure. I'm at least gonna do most of the yellow. I'm probably gonna do all the yellow stuff, that's for sure. The green stuff, I don't know. We'll see. I was wondering on 200 hours save. Oh, I just play games very slowly. So that's why the save is that long. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to know about my progress, that's where I'm at in the like main stuff, right? That's my main story progress, which I stopped there because when I got there, it warned me like that this was a point of no return, and I should do it. You know, I should basically do what I needed to do before going there, because it warned me. So I'm assuming this is sort of leading into like the later end parts of the game. I'm waiting to do that, and that's where we are in the DLC so far. Yeah. And like in terms of other side missions, I have a few open things to do still. I still need to go talk to Panam at the camp. Yeah, quite a few side stuff to do still. What's up, Raph? I didn't look at anything about Space Marine 2. I'm thinking I'll play it at one point for sure. I like the first one quite a bit. I just love that animation. Not as much as I love this one though. So fucking cool. The sound of that reload is chunky. Yeah, Credo, it feels like, I don't know, either it's like just a... Maybe I'm overestimating how deep it is. Maybe it's just like a... Major's gonna change and then you go into another part of the game or something? I don't know. Or maybe it's just that the main story isn't that long, right? Who knows? But, I don't want to risk it, I guess. I mean, Ultramarines are the best. That's just what it is. No, that's not true, actually. My favorite are the Emperor's... wait. The Emperor's Fist, was it? Yeah. Imperial Fist, sorry, are my favorite. The black and yellow color scheme is just great. I feel like there's another one. Isn't there another black and yellow chapter that's really cool? I don't remember. It's like bingo on the stream. Baldur's Gate 3, Cage's writing. What else? Yeah, what would be the stream's bingo card of the stuff that I always rant about or mention or, take a shot at? So Baldur's Gate 3 being a bad video game. Yep, that's one. David Cage's writing being terrible. That's two. Red Dead Redemption 2 having terrible mission structure. Skyrim being a bad game as well, I guess. It's mostly games being bad, right? Let's be fair. Alien 3 being a good movie, yep. I will defend that until the day I die. Oh, hey. Thank you, Desmond, for bringing my car here. Outer Wilds and Disco Elysium being good. The only two good video games. Yep. Outer Wilds and Disco Elysium. In fact, maybe Disco Elysium is the only good video game. Maybe Outer Wilds is just a game that I enjoy. What are those nerds doing? Horizon Zero Dawn. I don't care much for that one. Again, I probably need to revisit it at some point, but what I played of Horizon Zero Dawn, told me that it wasn't a game for me. You like The Godfather 3? I have never seen it.
This is Kurt Hansen. If you're hearing this, you've come to the right place. NCPD, gang wars, not in Dogtown.
I don't care much for The Godfather. I've seen the first movie like ages ago. It's fine. I think I just don't care too much for like that precise style of story, right? AI and jobs discussions. Yeah, AI being unable to do art. I mean, I will talk about that every time, not just in the context of this game. But yeah, this game obviously brings sort of some of those topics out more easily. But I didn't disrespect The Godfather. I said it's not just. I don't know. I don't care for it. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. Have you seen The Sopranos? No. No, that's the thing. I don't think I like mafia stories very much. Maybe I need to be in the mood for it. Maybe one day I will be. Maybe one day I play LA Noire and I'm gonna be in the mood to watch some Sopranos or whatever. I don't know. I don't know, Grill Leaks. It's... Listen, Outer Wilds is one of my 2 favorite video games of all time. I'm just not sure I can... as unequivocally claim that it's one of the best video games ever made, as much as I can for Disco Elysium, for instance. I think Disco Elysium is like straight up maybe the best video game ever made, right? I feel like Outer Wilds is a bit more of a... It's a messy miracle, I would call it, if that makes sense, right? I don't know. I would need to think about it a bit more. Or having a more precise opinion on that. Hold on, I'm gonna park here. Is that's our building, right? Yeah. That's home. Right there. What's the problem with Skyrim again? Everything. Ask me what's good about it. It will be a much shorter conversation. Yeah, I will get to them actually, Philanor. I'm really excited to play Alan Wake 1 and 2. Yeah. I think I'm gonna be interested in, even if it's just for the like sort of writer-based narrative, right? I think on that alone, it's gonna probably be charming for me. Okay, I kind of want to kill those dudes and get whatever items they're protecting, just for the sake of using my new weapons, I guess. Also, I kind of want to use that shotgun more. I'm gonna say hi to those Bargas nerds.
Asshole!
What? You want to say that again? You've got red on you. I am very intrigued by Music is good in Skyrim. The lore, the design of nature, dungeons. Yeah, the music is alright. I think it's very generic, sort of fantasy music. I don't particularly care for it, but it's fine. Sure. The lore, again, I mean, it doesn't really do much for me. I do like the Elder Scrolls lore in general, but I think it's also like just very generic fantasy stuff. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't do much for me. Like even, listen, but I loved playing Daggerfall back when I was younger. I thought Morrowind was fine too. But it was more like the freedom that they offered that I appreciated. I don't think the lore or the stories were ever particularly interesting, but that's just me, I guess. And as far as the design of the world, I don't know. It's just a big, old, generic fantasy world. I don't know. There's really not much for me in Skyrim. I just don't like it too much. Skyrim was the last good Bethesda game? Holy crap, Shepard. Jesus. The last good Bethesda game for me was Morrowind. And even then, I thought Morrowind was a step down from Daggerfall, but that's just because, I don't know. I think Daggerfall, I played it when I was a teenager and it had a special place for me, so. But yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, Shepard. I'm glad you had fun with it, truly. But yeah, for me, it's just like it completely missed the mark. Like Oblivion was trash. I didn't like it. Skyrim, it just didn't do anything for me. Like I really did not enjoy it. What's up, Salamander? Same with the Fallout games. I think Fallout 3 was okay. Like I sort of had fun playing it, even though that wasn't the Fallout I was looking for, right? But then after that, no, not for me. Okay, can I make that jump? Hell yeah. Huh? Hey, nerd! Glad. That was awesome.
Closing in! Oh.
Shit, I'm getting hacked. No hacking at all. Okay, that's a lot of enemies. I'm getting a little worried there. Just use the Sandy to, you know. Get a bit of time.
Watch each other's six.
Yeah, watch each other's six. I watched your six right there. Fucking asshole. No hacking for you. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go. Ah, I was being too greedy there. Fuck. I don't have enough HP. Like, I don't have enough armor to do that kind of stuff. I can't just jump in. I should have jumped in, tried to interrupt, and then moved back, but... Yeah, I got it, Credo. It's actually pretty good. It does a lot of damage when you hit them. Yeah, I wasn't really focused on that there. I was just trying to have fun with the shotgun, but I was pushing it a little bit in terms of the range. I was trying to make it work at. What's up, Sleepy? Yeah, Blumpan. I don't know, like, listen, obviously a lot of people enjoy them, right? So clearly there's value there. For me, it never worked. Those Elder Scrolls games, they never did anything for me. I can't enjoy them. I don't know, it's Bethesda's game design in general I don't gel with.
Using a shotgun!
Oh my god, what are you doing here?
Don't stick your head down!
Oh my god. Okay, that's bad. Not an easy group of enemies there. They're really everywhere. And I could go at it much more like a bit smarter, right? Using ranged weapons and like pistols and all that, but I'm trying a little too hard to have fun with the shotgun. And I will get them. Oh. I just face planted. Perfect. That's the start I needed. Ready to go. Oh boy.
Closing in!
How was that to miss? I think one of the main issues that I'm encountering is the hacking like really disrupts my approach. It's like the hacking forces me to sort of act in a way I wouldn't otherwise, right? Oh, jeez. Okay, alright. 1 second. Oh my god, my aim is being completely thrown off. I don't know what hack I'm suffering from, but like my aim is just... It's like it was pushing my crosshair away from the enemy.
Surround him! Go! Go! Go!
He dropped the grenade at his own feet. Nice. Oh, I cannot use my Sendevi stand. Oh. I got disrupted. System collapse. Whoa, hold on. my god, there's the whole thing there. It's not just a group of enemies, it's a whole dungeon. Okay, this is much bigger than I thought. Interesting. Let me catch up on chat. Sure, Philnor. I think one of the things that annoys me the most with, I think, Bethesda's style of gaming is everything feels so superficial, wooden. It feels like a fake representation of what a world, like a fantasy world, is supposed to be, right? It's like I'm in Westworld in a video game, right? It doesn't feel like it's a well-constructed, like, cohesive world. Even like the way the NPCs behave, it's like the whole package, right? They're just standing there and just like there's no feeling of like, nothing feels organic. Whether it's the quest design, the way the stuff is built, like the world is built, the way the characters behave, the way the story works, the way the writing, you know, like the plot threads are articulated and all that, like, it just feels like a parody of a video game most of the time, to me, right? And I don't know, I really can't get into it anymore.
I'd say she was there all along. Our unflinching response to the NUSA's blatant provocation proved effective. What else can I say? Rosalind, if you're ever really in Dogtown, we're ready to welcome you with open arms.
Lack of soul, I guess that would be a way to put it. Yeah, I understand what you mean, right? With lack of soul, I just feel like it's a vague way of saying something. So I was trying to be more specific about what I guess a lack of soul is, right? But yeah, ultimately that's what it is, right? Yeah, generic. That's how I feel about it. And listen, here's the thing though. A lot of that is subjective, right? And I feel the same about Baldur's Gate 3, for instance, when it comes to, like, it feels like a generic game in a generic world with generic characters, and none of it stands out. But obviously a lot of that has to do with your own experience, whether it is with game, with stories, with like novels, movies, whatever, right? Not everyone's gonna find the same things generic. I understand that, right? And I'm happy so many people can enjoy those games and are having fun with it, but to me it like brings absolutely no emotions whatsoever. I feel like I've played those games 100 times, that I've seen those characters 100 times, that I've seen those stories 100 times, and I'm not interested to see where they go for 101st time again, right? Are there any fantasy games you like? Yeah, no, probably, sure. I mean, I you know, like, in terms of like lore and narrative and all that, I do enjoy From Software's work for the most part. I'm not a huge fan of Elden Ring, but I think in general, like, their body of work is very good. I think Bloodborne has fantastic ideas and narrative elements to it. Great gameplay. As far as more like typical fantasy, maybe, I don't know. I can't think of one right now, but yeah. Isn't generic the secret for a successful story? Well, I mean, that's what we were talking about the other day, right? I don't think being original is necessary to have a great story. I think originality, the problem with originality is that it always comes down to the audience, not the creation. The same creation can be seen as very generic and, you know, cliche to an audience and super innovative and new to another audience, depending on what their background is, their knowledge, their culture is, their taste is, whatever, right? So I don't think looking for originality is something that necessarily matters. And that's why I'm saying, you know, to me, a game like Baldur's Gate 3 or stuff like Skyrim and all that feels very generic and boring. It's not going to feel the same for everyone, which is why a lot of people enjoy them, right? Now, I don't think it's necessary for a successful story, but there is something to be said about most stories are the same, right? A lot of stories are the same structure. They're the same ideas, just treated in different ways. And if you really think about it, there's not a lot of difference between the plot of Baldur's Gate 3 and the plot of Cyberpunk, right? I haven't seen much of Baldur's Gate 3, but the general idea behind the plot is pretty much the same. A weird sort of thing gets into your main character's brain. It gives you interesting powers, but also is gonna kill you if you don't do anything about it. Same basic idea. Now, personally, I found that the way that it was done in Baldur's Gate 3, to me personally, felt boring and uninspired and uninteresting. The way it's done in Cyberpunk feels fascinating, and it brings out a lot of very interesting characters and ideas, and, you know. But again, that's completely personal. I could see someone play both those games and think exactly the opposite way, right? Oh yeah, well, I mean, that sci-fi cyberpunk thing doesn't do it for me, whatever, blah blah blah. Whereas, you know, Baldur's Gate 3, love the characters and the romances or whatever, and that's why it's completely subjective, right? But and again, it's probably in large fact due to what we've played before and what we've read before and what we've seen before. I grew up reading and playing and watching fantasy all the time, more than sci-fi when I was younger. And maybe I grew out of it. Maybe I've seen so much of it that now I'm like, well, you know, it doesn't really do it for me, because I've read so much fantasy that I've basically anything that's in that genre I've seen or read before. And so it's hard for me to find enjoyment in it. And maybe stuff like Cyberpunk stuff, for instance, I haven't dabbled into it as much growing up. Still quite a bit, right? I've read a shit ton of sci-fi, but maybe not quite as much Cyberpunk stuff precisely, for instance, like specifically. So maybe that's why I'm finding more enjoyment in this. Or maybe it's just a mood thing. Maybe I'm just currently in a phase where I'm more receptive to that stuff, right? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe in 10 years, I'll try Baldur's Gate 3 again and I'll be like, well, I really missed it the first time. Turns out it's a great game. You know, who knows?
Closing in!
Oh my god, the slow rate of fire is killing me every time I do that.
Die, 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 die!
Ah!
Oh shit! Man, that grenade. Was I out? Oh, I think my weapon's getting jammed. I couldn't fire for a bit there. Oh, come on. That was dead on. Okay, we cleared out the outside. Perfect. But yeah, ultimately, and I want to make that very clear again, because I know some people get very upset when we have this conversation. I'm not saying there's any truth, like objective truth in what I'm saying, or that, you know, you're stupid for enjoying those games or whatever, right? It's very much, like, my main point is that it is completely subjective. And that the reason I'm not enjoying those certain, like, fantasy games or words anymore is because of my own experience with the overall genre, right? And if you're having fun with them, please keep enjoying them. There's nothing better than enjoying things. And no one should ever make you feel like you shouldn't enjoy something if you do, right? Shit, what did I just pick up? I was trying to pick up the money, but... That was a shard. Oh shit. Interrogation report. Sophia Wall, 28, 6'6", 5'6", resident of Longshore Stacks. The suspect was apprehended during a search for missing transport items that disappeared prior entering the tunnel. The woman intercepted a weapon container with the GPS transmitters. Okay, you cannot blame that woman for picking up a weapon container that was delivered. Have you seen how you deliver that shit? First of all, they fall every 15 minutes, randomly in a random spot in the city, unprotected, unguarded, with no structure whatsoever. You cannot blame people for stealing your shit. The woman declined to... once the suspect was detained, we commenced further investigative activities. The woman declined to respond. We were left with no other option but to use force. In the end, Sophia Wall admitted to a deal with Barghest member Leonardo Ware, with whom she likely had an intimate relationship. Wall stated that Ware would toss previous marked crates of the truck, which she and her associates would then pick up with the aim of selling their contents at the stadium. Following the interrogation, the decision was made to arrest Leonardo Ware. In the interim, Sophia Wall died, likely as a result of injuries sustained during questioning. Signed, Ross Ulmer. I'm gonna take note of all those nerds' names. Ross Ulmer plus Sophia Wall plus Leonardo Ware. Ross wrote a report about Sophia's interrogation about stealing Barghest delivery. Sell them. Sophia was in cahoots with Leonardo Barghest, likely in a relationship. Sophia died during interrogation. And that's her, right there. Yeah, Sophia Wall. Poor girl. Fucking asshole. I've accepted your bad opinions on Baldur's Gate a long time ago. If that's how you want to see them, feel free to do so. I have myself accepted that, considering the success of that awful video game, that's likely where the industry was gonna go moving forward. And I'm very sad about that. But hey, I get it. Sex sells. It makes sense. Not because of that? Sure, it's not. I'm sure Baldur's Gate would have sold exactly as many copies if it wasn't for the overtly sexual content. Well, yeah, Shepard, but I'm not talking about you specifically. Friendly request to Daniel Cross. Once upon a time there was a Daniel who wanted to make some easy money and helped flood the NC market with fake Zetatech implants. Daniel thought he could oversee this little operation and nobody from Zetatech would find him. Daniel was mistaken. Now Daniel has two options. Ignore this message, in which case, however banal it may sound, he will meet a fate that will end this story for good. Or Daniel can take this message seriously and ensure that any fake KLW, random bunch of numbers, stay on this side of the on his side of the wall in Dogtown. How this adventure ends, only Daniel can decide. We would also like to stress that Daniel cannot somehow get away with what he's done. There's no option 3. Any attempt to run are considered option 1. Interesting. Daniel Cross, huh? Apparently in trouble with Zetatech. Well, actually no, with someone unknown. Because he was flooding the NC market with fake Zetatech. Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Inspection. We'll be welcoming a few guests in the tunnel tomorrow, so get your asses in gear and make damn sure there's no fuck-ups. Officially, we don't know who these guests represent, but unofficially, there are Arasaka suits. You understand the gravity of the situation? Yes, I sure hope so. Corporal rats are looking for a way to move the real hot cargo from the stadium to your jobs to fulfill their every whim and show them around the dump with a smile on your faces. Yeah, Blumpan? Well, hey, I mean, if you had a lot of fun with it, that's awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. It definitely wasn't a game for me, though. Which is weird, because I really thought it would be. In theory, it had everything to be a game for me, but I thought the execution was lacking, unfortunately. I mean, I had a bunch of issues with the game. Like, even outside, like, the main reason why the game was repulsive to me was the way the narrative was sort of managed. I would use that verb, I guess. Even outside of the bugs and like the technical issues and all of that, which there were plenty of, which didn't help, of course. But I think just the way the narrative was sort of structured and the way it worked just made it very hard for me to have any sense of immersion. It just... yeah, it just didn't feel like there was any sense of... I'm trying to find the right word there. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find the word I'm looking for. Anyway. Check the drop from the stadium. Should be some tsunami iron inside with fake chips, Yubi, Kappa, Nekomata, and grenades. Ooh. Okay, those are outside and broken. Are they all broken? What is the radio? What? What is the radio? What? I have no idea. Yeah, probably Philnor. And listen, in the 100-something hours I played it, there were some moments where I thought were pretty cool and that I enjoyed, right? I wouldn't have played it that much, that many hours if there weren't some good moments. There were some moments where I was really like interested and I was hoping, it would sort of come together and... But yeah, it was like I was constantly fighting the game to keep my immersion from failing, right? I had to come up with a whole headcanon about my character actually telling the story in a tavern to make sense of how much of a buggy mess the game was and how much of the narrative was destructured and sort of all over the place and lacking in internal like sort of logic and coherence. So it was a whole mess. Yeah. So at some point when you have to do like more work than the video game to make it work for you, right? You have to know when to call it quits. I felt like I had to work more than the game itself, sort of maintain that illusion. So yeah, at some point my time is, too valuable to just waste it on something that I'm really not enjoying. And yeah, like the story, again, like the story just didn't interest me whatsoever, so... The game had an answer to every possible solution I came up with for certain things. Never experienced that in a game before. Yeah, I wish I could say the same, man. Most of the time, when I thought I was finding an interesting solution, and then the game would like sort of let me do something. The rest of the game behaved as if that thing didn't happen. And I hated that. And a great example of that was that very early prison escape we had, right? Where I was like, well, okay, I'm stuck in a prison. I'm gonna distract the attention of those dudes with a character, and then my character is gonna, jump around and escape the prison. And I've mentioned that already in the past, so for some of you that will be a lot of, boring repetition, but then suddenly everyone in the world knows my character escaped. It tells you like there's a game system about that. You are now what's the word I'm looking for? Someone who escaped. I'm on the run, basically, right? And the game knows that. It flags you as a fugitive. Thank you. Yeah. I was flagged as a fugitive, even though nobody saw that I escaped the prison. Because nobody noticed that I was out, right? There's no reason for anyone to know that I was escaping the prison, but whatever. Let's assume they know, right? Before I was done going around the world to bring my character back to, like, I was going in the environments and to get it back to my other characters, before I was done walking around the fucking, cavern, I was already out of that status. That fugitive status had disappeared. And I was just walking in front of the guards like nothing ever happened. To me, it is such a disappointing lack of consequence, because I think it's so great that the game offers you all of those options, but it doesn't matter if none of it has any weight, right? It only matters if there's actual consequences for the choices you make. So that for me makes it so hard to like sort of maintain that illusion, right? Don't you become a fugitive the moment you run from law enforcement if they don't realize it yet? No, you don't. You're not gonna be on a database with people looking for you because you escaped prison before they noticed you escaped prison. Much less in a fantasy game, when they would have to notice the thing and then communicate about the fact that you escaped. I can understand it's a video game, but then... And I would have been a lot more forgiving if the status didn't just disappear after a minute of me waiting, right? Who officially designates you as a fugitive then? I don't know. I'm not in the system. I don't know how it works. Depends where you are in the world, I guess. If you're in the US, probably the state police or... I don't know. Yeah, the law enforcement that notices you're gone. That's the basic answer, I guess. Yeah. Oh. How deep does that place go? Wait, I'm old. Huh? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, never mind. Supposed to be here. Very hard to do when you offer so many options. I mainly appreciated the variety of ways you can solve situations, accepted the limitations. Yeah, and that's where I think the subjectivity comes in, right? A lot of players, and I think that's why it worked, like Baldur's Gate 3 worked for them, like the idea of having a lot of options. And they don't mind if none of them have, like, proper consequences, right? You appreciate the variety and the freedom over everything else. I like, and I think that's why open world games are so popular, right? I feel the complete opposite way. I would prefer having less options, but every option having like proper consequences and weight to it, right? And I think that's a fundamental divide in sort of personal taste, right? Which is why I couldn't get into Baldur's Gate 3 and something like Cyberpunk, which has a lot less options. But every option, every decision you make feel like it has more weight. It is a lot more interesting. But maybe Cyberpunk is not the best example. I think Disco Elysium is a better example, right? I guess. Disco Elysium doesn't have that many options to solve situations, but every single decision you make has a weight and is going to be taken into account later in the game. Quantum, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community for a total of 25. I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, Quantum Flounder. Thank you so much for the support. Gan and Roses? Gan and Roses. Volkopf, Kiridian, Emily, and Benji. You will all be remembered. Thank you. Well, that's the thing, though. The Disco doesn't offer that many options. There's a very limited subset of options. It's not like you can use insane, like, you cannot, unlike Baldur's Gate 3, in Disco, you cannot lose, like, you cannot use free-form systems to create or solve situation in an unexpected way. A great example of that is in Baldur's Gate 3, you can, like, push people. You push someone down a chasm, and they're gone, they're dead, right? It's not necessarily, like, the game doesn't really necessarily think about that option. It just offers you all those systems, and you can interact with them, and then it offers you things that even the devs maybe didn't think of. But then there's not a lot of follow-up to those actions, right? It all sort of just is. And it happens and then it's forgotten by most of the characters in the game and whatever. Whereas Disco, you have a very limited amount of things you can do, but your tiniest of decision early in the game is going to be brought back to you 100 hours down the line, and it's gonna bite you in the ass. Or help, whatever, right? Depending on the decisions you make. I like that a lot better. To me, it makes it feel more meaningful, right? I don't care as much about freedom as I care about consequences, as I care about immersion, about, like, feeling that the world actually exists, if that makes sense. Alright, thank you, Quantum. I appreciate that, man. Any support is very appreciated. There's no need to be on top of a leaderboard or anything. And it's, you know, it's very difficult to be on top of a leaderboard for gifted subs on this channel. There's been some crazy generous people, so, yeah. I don't know, as a thought. I don't even know if there's more than one. I mean, I'm assuming there's more than one based on what I've seen, but I don't actually know. And I don't want to know, by the way. I'm probably going to replay Disco Elysium in the future, on stream, most likely, with a completely different build. But that's the thing, though. It doesn't matter how many endings there are. I don't care if your game has thousands of endings, if none of them feel like they matter or have any weight behind them. Or if they're just the consequences of a few minute, you know. Okay, that... She's calling me out. That annoys me. Elegant unitard with ballistic lining. Wow. Now that's a... That's a description of an item of clothing I would never have expected.
Fucking what?
Oh, there was another one. I didn't notice her. What's your status after you escape but no one has noticed yet? I mean, if you escape but no one has noticed yet, your status hasn't changed. You're still, in the eyes of the system, you're still imprisoned. Right? In your own eyes, you know you are a fugitive. Of course you know you are a fugitive. You're the one from your perspective that knows what's happening to you, right? But your status in front of the law is, you know, is still that you're in prison. And if you walk in a, like you, let's say you escape a prison, and you just randomly walk in the city, and you cross paths with a law enforcement officer, they're not gonna know you're, unless you're a very famous prisoner, they're not gonna know who you are. You're gonna say, hey, and they're gonna say, hi, sir, and they're gonna let you go on your way. They're gonna assume you're a free man. They're just, that just happens to be walking in the street, right? No, but you're, God, it's, I feel like I'm talking to someone who's trying to misunderstand what we're talking about. In the eyes of the system, the law, on the computer that has your name registered, you're still going to be considered imprisoned. If no one knows you escaped. Right? The system doesn't magically update you because, oh, well, he escaped prison. So you're going to be updated and you're going to, you know, in the eyes of the system, you're still imprisoned until someone notices, oh, that person escaped their cell. Let me update the system. They're now a fugitive. Now, you personally, from your perspective, as soon as you escape, you know you're a fugitive, but nobody else knows for now. And again, to bring up my example, if you're walking in the streets and you're not a famous prisoner, like that's been like televised and all that, like on TV in a big high profile trial or whatever, you can get in front of a police officer and say, hi, Mr. Police Officer, I hope you're doing well today. And they're gonna be like, thank you. You too. Because they're not gonna know you're a fucking fugitive. I don't think it's that hard of a process to follow, is it? It's a baffling complaint is just the word usage. You have a different status after escaping in the sense NPC will be hostile to new... So, okay, explain to me, logically speaking, right? Logically speaking, explain to me why, if nobody noticed that I escaped, if I show myself in front of guards who don't know who I am, why would they arrest me? And now, if we assume they know who I am, right? Let's just assume, okay, it's the Grove, it's a small space, everyone knows who the prisoner is. If you see him outside of his cell, oh, shit, he escaped. Okay, cool. Now explain to me why that changes after a minute? Because again, it's not just, as I've pointed out earlier, it's not just the fact that you get flagged as a fugitive as soon as you escape. It's the fact that it disappears after a minute too that is part of the problem. Why does that change? Why within the first minute I'm considered a fugitive, but after a minute and 1 second I can get out and talk to a guard and they won't know who I am? The only explanation to that is it's a video game mechanic. And it's fine. If you want to be okay with that and it doesn't bother you and you just think, oh well, it's a video game mechanic. A video game is a video game. It has limitations. There's dice rolls, there's numbers, there's systems underlying it. That's fine, right? If you want to accept that, that's totally fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying for me, who values immersion above anything else, it's a deal breaker. Because it completely breaks my feeling of what I'm doing matters. To me, the game should not even flag you as a fugitive. And then once you escape, and if you're dumb enough to show up in front of a guard after you escape, the guard should be like, yo, aren't you supposed to be in prison? And then they, they do what they need to do. Either they attack you or they ask you to surrender or whatever, right? That would be a first step, right, towards a good sense of immersion. And then that status should not change. That hidden status should not disappear, ever. You escape from the Grove because you were put in prison, you're gonna have to face the consequences one day or another. Yo, Renekton, thank you for a gift, donating 15 bucks. I appreciate it. Thank you for the tip. Bingo card entry spent more than 15 minutes on the Cyberpunk stream bashing Baldur's Gate, rightfully bashing, in parentheses, rightfully bashing Baldur's Gate 3 and M giggling. Thank you, Ren, for the support. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, it's not my intention to bash Baldur's Gate 3. Again, like I've said, I understand why a lot of people enjoy it, and that's totally fine. I was merely just explaining why I personally couldn't vibe with it. And then, like, Gibraltar is just refusing to understand my point. So then it becomes a bit upsetting, but... Okay, how do I deal with this? I just get in and blast the room, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a camera. How do I deal with that? How come the MP was strong enough to fuck up the AV, but the robots were perfectly fine? Okay, my understanding here, and that's speculation, right, is that the EMP, when it happens, disables the ship system, which means that then the ship crashes, right? And while the ship was crashing, the robots were probably inactivated as well. Then, once the ship crashes, the EMP is gone, the ship doesn't work anymore because it's crashed, But the EMP is gone, right? At this point, the magnetic pulse or whatever is passed, so the robots can activate just fine and you know, exist around the ship. That's just one speculation, which to me works perfectly. Yeah, PT, what's up, man? I didn't watch the match because I was streaming, but yeah. Apparently we lost. That's what I hear. So I don't care too much about sports in general, but well, I mean, not hockey, and I mean, I do watch some of it when I can. I do enjoy a bit of hockey or a bit of football when it's international competitions, but I'm not like a huge follower of team sports or whatever. Usually the popular rating and opinion on the game is pretty correct. What do you mean by correct, though? Like, correct doesn't mean anything. It's a subjective... It's completely subjective scale of value, right? I mean, I'm not saying there's not objective things in video game reviews. There are a few objective elements. Like, I think it's easy to objectively evaluate, like, the technical aspects of a game, for instance, right? There's numbers you can get and, you know, things you can look at. It's easy to say that, yes, Cyberpunk has better graphics than Outer Wilds on a purely, like, technical standpoint, right? Not talking about art direction. But for me, for instance, popular opinions doesn't mean much, right? Otherwise, what does that mean? Taylor Swift is the greatest musician of all time? Because she's the most popular musician of all time? I don't think that's true. And again, I'm not saying, like, extreme examples are not usually not very conducive to interesting conversations, but I'm just saying. Popular opinion rarely goes, you know, with objective value or quality. If we can even assume that there's such a thing in art, which I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big conversation. Is there any objective evaluation possible in art? I don't know. But yeah, for me, in video games, I would definitely say that generally the popular opinions are not always work for me. Yeah. Most of the popular video game franchises I don't care for much. Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, you know, all that stuff rarely hits for me. GTA and all that, not my cup of tea for sure. Now there's a bunch of very popular games that I enjoy very much. Cyberpunk's one of them, right? So it's not like I'm not, like, you know, instinctively being contrarian because of popularity. Far from that, but when looking at popular opinions, it's useful to distinguish this game is an impressive achievement. This is my type of video game I want to play. Yeah, but I have one issue with that, I think. And I think it's something that's more problematic recently than it used to be back in the day. If that's making me sound like an old man, but I feel like with the, you know, stuff like Reddit, social media and all that, it's very easy for opinions on a game to sort of become an echo chamber. And, like, I see that a lot on Twitch. Like, how many times I see the same opinions on a game being regurgitated by people who haven't even played the game? It's pretty crazy. And so I feel like sometimes I'm taking popular opinions, especially like stuff like, you know, Metacritic user scores, with a grain of salt. It's very easy to see a game getting review bombed, or the opposite, right? Being showered in good reviews. With basically the same logic, or like the same arguments being brought up every time, and none of it actually really matters. Like, how many times have I heard that, oh, Baldur's Gate should be commended because it's a game that came out without microtransactions and all that. That's how devs should do video games. And I'm like, is that really the fucking bar at this point? Is the bar that low that... I'm not saying it shouldn't be praised, right? It's great that they can make a game without microtransactions and all that in 2024, but... Is that really enough to call the game a masterpiece? I don't think so. And again, I'm you know... This is probably a bad example because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of good stuff in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not saying there isn't. It was just too hard for me to look past the stuff that bothered me, I guess. But, yeah. It wouldn't be praised just because of that? Well, I mean, that's... I'm not sure I fully agree with that, but... I don't know, it's a complex conversation. It's not that simple, right? There's a lot of levels there, I think. I think Elden Ring's a great example for me, in the sense that it's definitely the most popular game that From Software made recently. And I'm also of the opinion that it's probably the worst game they've made since... after Demon Souls, probably. I don't think Demon Souls is as good as Elden Ring. But anything after that is better. By far. And yet, Elden Ring is the one that got big and that most people would tell you if you just asked a random bunch of people. Most people would tell you Elden Ring's the best one, right? Just based on its popularity, right? Okay, I think I want to just send Devistan and just hit them. What do you do about cameras? I shoot them generally. If I'm not trying to be actually like stealthy, I shoot them, yeah. Or avoid them. Walk around them, shoot them, use a computer to disable them. There's ways. Oh my god, that boy's tanky. Oh, that's the boss. That's Russ Ulmer. Ooh, okay. Oh, come on. I didn't aim. Oh, jeez. Oh no. What is happening? My eyes.
Hit him hard.
I don't need to eat the weak point if I'm literally blasting their entire body in one shot. Are those mounted turrets? Yeah, they are. Okay. Hey, that... Oh, look at that dude just chilling there. He's just looking at what's happening. Yeah, just having a nice little time. Oh, there's a lot more dudes than I thought there.
Casualties.
I lost the big point. All right. I could have done this so much easier if I actually went my usual route, which is being a little more discreet and like sniping them and, you know, headshotting them and being basically a bit more patient. But I just really wanted to use my shotgun. I really love that shotgun, so yeah. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick. Give me a second. Is game good? Not a value like that to me. No, I agree, Philinor. And ultimately that's the thing, right? I'm not interested in convincing anyone. That's never the point for me, right? I'm not trying to convince anyone that, you know, oh, Baldur's Gate's not a great game. I don't, you know, I don't care to do that. It's just about exchanging opinions. And so I find it interesting to, you know, like see what people liked about it and express what I didn't like about it and try to understand why we felt the way we did. And I think the interesting part of tonight's conversation, for instance, was when I realized that, oh, I get it now. Some people like having a lot of options more than they care about the impact of those options. I care about the impact of fewer. I do care about impact more than I care about freedom. Which means, since you have to compromise, because video games cannot be perfect and you can't have it both ways, because there's limitations, I will choose fewer options and more impact, right, over the opposite, right? And that's the interesting part, because neither of us is trying to convince the other. It's not like I'm trying to convince you that it's a bad game, you're trying to convince me that it's a good game. It's about, oh, now I understand why I enjoy this, right? Or why I don't enjoy this. And that I think is the interesting part, because then it informs your understanding of that next time you play a game and you feel that something's not quite right for you, you can use that knowledge that you gain from that conversation. You can be like, oh, the same thing's happening, like that, you know, that Baldur's Gate 3 situation I was in. That's why I'm not enjoying and vibing with it. Now I get it. And you save a lot of time, right? You just save a whole bunch of time because you get to your conclusion faster, and well, maybe you manage to find a way to keep playing despite that because you're now aware of it, or you find something else to play, right? At the end, you're the real winner, right? Because you sort of gain knowledge and you can approach your hobbies in a more interesting way, I guess. I don't know. So that's sort of the whole point, is that those conversations, I don't think they should be seen as us trying to convince one another. Rather, just an exchange of opinions, and hopefully we get out of it having learned a little bit of something, right? And that usually works fine. It gets a bit problematic when people, and I'm not saying I'm not saying I've never done that. It probably has happened at some point, but it becomes problematic when some people sort of get defensive and offended when you criticize a product or a game or a movie, a TV show, whatever piece of art that they enjoy, right? Because for some reason, I feel in most cases it's because you associate, like, your ego is a bit entangled with the things you like, right? Like like the things you like sort of give you your sense of self-worth, right? If that makes any sense. What I'm trying to say, some people, unfortunately, and that happens to me, I'm sure, sometimes, right, get their sense of self-worth entangled with the things they like. So when you criticize something that they like, they get upset and defensive, and you know, that usually is when the conversations get a bit muddied, because, you know, it feels like it becomes a confrontation rather than just an exchange of ideas, right? But Example with series or movies can be used if you see Ring of Power or Witcher ratings when you watch the series. After a couple of series, you understand that public was pretty right with how shitty they are. Why can't the same be applied to games? But that's just your opinion, though. I know a lot of people who absolutely love the Witcher series or Rings of Power and absolutely hated the first few seasons of Game of Thrones, which were very well acclaimed, right? For instance. I think what you're realizing here, as a thought, is that your personal taste tends to align with the majority of people's opinion. That's what you're realizing now. Which is fine, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But that doesn't mean there's anything objective about it. Yeah, Credo, that's the thing with my health. My health is super high, but I have no armor. Very low armor, right? So my health is super high, but I die in like a couple of shots. Like one good melee attack and I'm down. Most of the time. So it's still like a glass cannon build. The only reason my health is so high is because I have a lot of body, right? But I didn't take any of the health, like defensive perks or anything like that. I really went hard on the glass cannon approach. I'm trying to see if there's a way to get in that room differently, but I don't think so. I don't think there's a way for me to access that door. Paradox of choice. To paraphrase, while some choice is better than no choice, it doesn't necessarily follow that more choice is better than choice. Yeah, I agree with that. Sure, choice paralysis. Or in the case of video game, you know, not being able to have follow through on a lot of choices, which again, to someone like me is a big problem, right? I think you're confusing two things here, as a thought. What Shepard is saying, that beauty is subjective, is perfectly, absolutely true. It doesn't mean that... It doesn't mean that a majority of people won't agree. But it still means it's subjective. There's a difference between something being objective and someone having... And trends existing, right? Objective truth is something that you can measure and demonstrate. I don't know, temperature is objective, right? As long as you agree on the scale. Temperature is objective. It is currently 25 degrees in my room. That is objective. It's very warm, by the way. So that's an objective value, right? Now, is that temperature too much or too little? That is subjective. I would wager that most people will agree that 25 degrees in your room is too much. But there are still people out there who will think that it's perfectly fine, or maybe even too low, depending, right? That's when it becomes subjective. It doesn't mean that there aren't trends, or that most people won't agree on the same thing. Subjectivity doesn't mean people can't, you know, not everyone's gonna have a different opinion. So as long as people can have the same opinion, well, there's going to be trends and there's going to be like a lot of people that agree. Like the example you brought up is perfect for that. Research showing that most people tend to choose the same pattern in faces and other people call them attractive. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's... listen, if you show Roseanne Barr, and I'm not trying to trash on Roseanne Barr, but apparently she's a bit of a piece of trash, so I'm fine calling her out. And then you show Margot Robbie, right? I'm pretty sure the majority of people will agree that Margot Robbie is a more attractive person, physically speaking, right? It doesn't mean everyone will. And it doesn't mean that every culture would, throughout the history of time, or throughout even like today's world, but different cultures may have different like beauty standards. There's nothing subjective about that, even though most people would agree, right? It is still subjective. And again, I think when it comes to like art, the Taylor Swift example is perfect for that. If you asked most people in the current Western world who's their favorite music artist, Taylor Swift would come out on top. She would literally be the #1 most voted artist in the Western world currently. There's nothing objective in that, even though, you know, if research was done, it would determine that, you know, pop music is probably the genre of music that most people enjoy, and you know, there would be... You could very much prove some of that stuff with statistics and all that. And listen, that whole... We're not even considering the impact of cultural influence, right? Of the influence of your... Like the cultural context in which you find yourself. It's like the research you brought up, for instance. I wonder how different the results would be if you went... I don't know, I'm going to take an extreme example just to sort of, you know, to make my point clear. But if you went in like a tribe in Central Africa, for instance, right? Do you think the results would be the same as people who, you know, were probably asked during that research you mentioned? That was probably Western, Northern Hemisphere, you know, centric. I don't know. So the way you grow up and the way... And I think when it comes to gaming, for instance, the things most people like or don't, how much of that is influenced by what's just been pushed by publishers for so many years, right? Are open world games that popular because they're objectively great and that a lot of people will enjoy them? Or is it because we've been shoved so many of them that are designed with so much care to create addictive gaming loops and a sense of FOMO and a sense of completion and all those checklists and all that? Don't you think that has an effect as well? Or maybe because those were the style of games like Assassin's Creed and all that were popular when gaming sort of blew up as, you know, a big part of that generation of you know, that was... most of which was mostly gamers were like growing up as teenagers. I don't know. There's a lot of parameters there. None of it feels very objective to me. And again, regardless of that, right? You have to recognize that something being subjective doesn't mean that trends can't exist. There will always be trends. People will always agree, and as long as people agree, it always means that there's going to be consensus, right? But I think it's important to keep in mind that consensus doesn't mean truth. If that makes sense. I know I'm saying if that makes sense a lot, but I think that's my conclusion, right? Consensus doesn't mean truth. If it did, political debates wouldn't exist. Philosophy wouldn't exist. Art probably would not exist. In fact, I'm gonna... That feels like I'm gonna die. I think an interesting also part of that is, can you can you make a subjective conversation more objective? Like, let's say we're trying to discuss video games, right? And we want to determine what's the better game between Cyberpunk and Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm just picking 2 examples, right? Is it possible to have an objective conversation about that? I think so. But the first step would be to define criterias, right? Let's first agree on the criterias. We're going to evaluate those 2 games. They should be measurable, you know, quantifiable or whatever, and then we need to agree on, like, once you can agree on the terms and the criterias, then you can have like a, you know, you can probably have an objective conversation about that. I think the problem will be to find measurable criterias. I don't think there's that many of them when it comes to gaming, but we're back to NASA's scientific ratings. Don't tell him I said that, but I don't think NASA's... Oh, it's water. I didn't realize it was water. I don't think NASA's scientific ratings are very scientific, having peer-reviewed them. Ah, that's where it leads. Okay, cool. What's the mathematical criteria for fun? Exactly. Yeah. Beware the techno-necromancers. Oh, no way. The techno-necromancers, they're back. I really wonder what happened to Gary. Objectively good-looking game for its time. Well, that's the thing. Like, this is already something that could be discussed, right? And like, I personally agree, right? I think Red Dead 2 looks great, and I attribute most of that to the art direction, personally, right? But if you want to make an objective statement about Red Dead 2, what do you measure? The amount of polygons? Sure, it seems fine for its time period, like the period of its release, right? Do you look at the frame rate? I mean, it ran at 30, right? So that's already something, and it did back when it released on PS4. I believe it dipped quite a bit, right? Below 30 even. I don't know. That's a measurable criteria. That doesn't, you know. That, I mean, I guess, is the frame rate part of what it looks like? Do we consider that as part of good looking, right? And that's exactly what I meant, right? We would have to agree on the criterias, which are measurable, and then based on that, we can determine if it looks good or not. Yeah, how many particle effects are there? Like, you know, like maybe those things are measurable. I don't know.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
That dude's back. I thought I killed him. Well, that's not measurable. Well, that's measurable. I don't think it's objective, though. I don't think it's an objective metric of the quality of a game. I would disagree on that. Otherwise, that means League of Legends the best video game of all time. I think that criteria is great to evaluate the addiction potential of a game, not its actual quality. Yeah, same, Sleepy. Yeah, I was very disappointed when I played it on PS5 and it didn't run with a like there wasn't like a performance mode. Yeah, okay, fighting that guy in a tunnel is hell. I need to get out of here. I need to get into an open space to fight him.
Shit's fucked up.
Shit is fucked up. I agree. Okay, that's gonna help. Well, only with permission. How was that a miss? I cannot believe I missed that last shot at 1%. Oh my god. I missed that last shot. I thought I had him. No, I got greedy. Yeah, they didn't patch anything, Shepard. It is just the same game, which has the engine is locked at 30, right? So at least on PS5, it runs smooth, right? It doesn't have like frame drops or anything, which is already a pretty big plus compared to the PS4 base version. But yeah, it was definitely. I was really hoping they would have patched it before I played it, but. Oh, fucking asshole. What is he doing? No, again, only with permission. You fucking asshole.
V?
Yeah?
Got to the bottom of Ebony.
I'm in the middle of something, Rogue.
Flicked pings to some contacts. Grayson buzzed familiar for a friend from the olden days. He did some digging. Found something. Section of the docks that's Maelstrom turf.
All right, I was in the middle of something. Let me listen to her the beginning of her call again.
Grayson buzzed familiar for
Flicked pings to some contacts. Grayson buzzed familiar for a friend from the olden days. He did some digging.
Friend from the olden days. He did some digging. Found something. Section of the docks that's Maelstrom turf.
Okay. I mean, I swear to God, I've seen a mention of Ebunike before. I cannot. I don't have a note on it though. Is it something I may have screenshotted at some point? Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go through my shit. I doubt I'm gonna find something, but who knows? Let's see. What's up, Alone? How are you doing? Does point management really matter, or can I simply make any builds even if it's not optimal for my playstyle? Have fun in Cyberpunk. This is my first playthrough, so I don't really know, right? but I would assume, based on what I've seen of the game, the game's, even in harder difficulties, seems easy enough that you can complete it with any build. I don't think there's any like min-maxing necessary. I do think the game, like, at least for me, it offers me like one respec. So if like later on you feel like your build's not cutting it anymore, you can always respec, right? But yeah, I would. This is definitely a game where I would recommend going for fun over any like optimization, right? Do what feels fun for you, I guess. It's not that hard of a video game, I don't think. Even if a sequence like kicks your ass, you're eventually gonna find your way, right? Oh, I mean, I didn't start today, right? This is my first playthrough, but I'm like 220 hours in or something. I don't know. I don't want it to be a game where I have to search tutorials. Yeah, again, I don't think you need... I mean, I've played the game without looking anything up. I basically built my character with what I thought was cool, right? I didn't try to min-max or anything. I went for a full glass cannon build, and I'm doing just fine in hard difficulty. So I think you'll be fine. It doesn't feel like a game that, yeah, requires any sort of min-maxing, unless you're... Maybe there's some like super crazy achievements or whatever, but I personally don't care for that, so... I think going for something you find fun is definitely the way to go, but... And like, as long as your stats, like as long as you think about your stats, you can only, like your main attributes, you can only respec once, right? So I would be careful about those, but all your specs and like perks you take, you can respec forever. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about those. You can try a lot of things. Why do I have a memory of something called Ebunike? And where does it come from? It's so weird. It's such a unique word. There's no way I would remember it from nowhere. It has to come from something in the game. Those were my settings.
Ghost towns you think are there.
Man, I'm looking at some of these things, like screenshots and recordings, and I'm like, holy crap, that was so long ago. I barely remember doing it. I don't know. Ebunike. Where's the name come from?
So why are these docks called Ebunike? Pretty sure it's got nothing to do with some long-dead mayor.
Dead wrong, actually. It's not the docks. It's an old container ship named after the guy.
Can I make an entire build based on what I enjoy and still win? Yes, I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, I mean, again, my experience with the game is pretty limited. I've only played once, right? But yes, I'm pretty sure even in the hardest difficulty, you'll be able to do whatever with whatever build you want. Yeah. Especially if you don't mind, you know, like there's going to be places where you're going to die probably, but yeah. Oh, if you play on normal, you're going to... Yeah, I'm playing on hard, like not the hardest, but on hard, like one above normal. And I've pretty much, you know, I haven't faced any real super hard difficulty, right? So yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, just have fun with it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now I'm thinking, okay, what was the name of that ship in the dock that we saw? Like, we saw a ship pass. No, it was the Okami. Never mind. So far, I really enjoyed the game. The atmosphere is awesome. Yeah, no, the immersion and the characters and the story, it's a great ride. I'm, let's see, I'm in-game, I'm like 220 hours in, yeah. And we've streamed more than 250 hours of it. Some of it is because we talk a lot at the beginning of the streams before we're in the game, and then probably some reloads that cut off some time, but yeah. It's a great game. You're gonna enjoy it. I'm sure you'll have a great ride with it. So you found Grayson, and he leads on Smasher. Ebunike. Cargo ship. Did I see the ship maybe at some point when I was in the docks? I don't know.
Meaning you found Grayson? He really got an in with Smasher.
Come see me. Afterlife. We'll talk.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Nice. We're gonna have to go see Rogue at the Afterlife again. Beautiful. $2:56 p.m. Wait, is that morning? No, midday? Technically spent an entire night in these caves. Nice. Archived conversation between Russ Ulmer and Cassidy Schneider. Russ, yeah? Cassidy, listen. SciTech needs to do some biz with Militech on neutral soil. I need to find a place to meet, but quiet. Heavy Hearts, tomorrow night, VIP area, booth 1. Hope it's under your name. Your hope is not in vain. Thanks. Henson doesn't need to know a thing. Sweetheart, the less he knows, the deeper my pockets. Okay. Our boy here, Russ, is dealing with Cassidy Schneider as well. I'm gonna take a note of her name. Their name? I don't know. Cassidy could be a man, right? Had a deal with Cassidy. Russ had a deal with Cassidy. Some biz between SciTech and Militech. They met at Heavy Hearts booth 1 VIP area. I should go there at some point, check that booth if I can find something maybe. Let me take a note. Check Heavy Hearts VIP booth 1. Alright, as far as you're concerned. Fucking asshole. I wasn't gonna let him live. That was not gonna happen. So I got a shard for a stash. I don't think it's that one upstairs, but I want to check. Yeah, I really can't get in there unless I have... I'm very annoyed. I wish I could slip in there. It's strange. The game has gotten me used to having more than one option to enter those things. So I'm like, I've probably missed something. So that door doesn't open unless I have the tech stuff. There's another door here. Which... I mean... That would have been funny if I could break the wall down, but... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something in those water conduits? Or is there maybe a passage underground there? Ooh, hold on. Yeah, there may be a passage underground. I need to find a way down. Like maybe... Yeah, something there. There's a ladder. Oh! Ah, okay, I see. Yeah. Alright. Where's the opening? Where's the damn opening? Oh, hold on. Not what I expected. Wish I had a flashlight. Yeah, there. Oh, there it is. Sneaky. Oh. Nice. Yeah, let's get the relic stuff downloaded. Now, my problem is that there's really no... I mean, I need 3 points before I can upgrade anything else, though, anyway. So, but there's really nothing I want from the relic anymore, so... I'll just collect them in case, but... yeah. Oh, that was not even a real door. Nice. Use of lighting in this game? Yeah, very cool. Love it.
Bringing you the most current music. We are Vixen.
Okay, I hate when I try to switch the cameras and it starts my radio. Okay, we've seen those messages before. Okay, nothing new then. Let's get out. Oh shit. I could have been using that against the boss. That would have been cool. So now I have to wait for sundown again because I'm in the middle of the day. I guess I could go do a side gig in the meantime, right? Because we need to wait for sundown before doing this. Just in a few hours. Damn. High-tech equipment there. What is this? Hold on. Oh. Never mind. Close. Let's see. New messages. Actually, yes. Toxic waste. From Paige Spencer to Russ Ulmer. We're sending you some gear. One of the client's peeps will come to collect. Just be careful with the goods. It's already paid up. You'll also have a few barrels to toss. Mostly chemical waste from the factory. Just do it quietly. If anyone asks, it wasn't us. You wanna fucking poison us? We've already stretched thin here. I didn't sign up for this shit. Send us some Gundam masks and suits. How about you just do what I fucking tell you? Just dump the barrels somewhere out of D-Town. Don't breathe through your mouth. That Paige Spencer lady is not that great. Do I know the name? No. I'm gonna take a note on her. Plus Paige Spencer. Mail exchange with Paige regarding toxic waste that needs to be done outside of D-Town. My notes have slowed down a little bit, but it's still getting pretty big. I'm at 554 notes right now. Probably getting close to 7,500 words total. Crazy. Lydia Kane. Yo, boss, the boys are saying there's some kids hanging out the entryway. They tried firing some warning shots, but the little turds keep coming back. Honestly, I don't know how to handle this. They're just kids, after all. Yeah, Trim, pretty much. Must be scouts from the stacks or the scabs. Oof. Okay, I just had a pain. It's too low to be my appendix, right? Appendix is right side, right? But that's too low. That was almost in my groin. That's way too low to be my appendix. Hopefully. My bet's they're out there trying to scan the goods, going through the tunnel, round them up, and beat some sense into them. Don't hold your farts in. I don't. I can promise you that. Sometimes it smells like death in here. You think window times for the heat? Come on. Russ, I need to get out of Ducktown quick and quiet. Keep this between you and me. Kurt can't know. Could you send someone you trust to get me out over to the abandoned motel in Pacifica? Leon, right? Leon asked Russ for help getting out of Ducktown. To the abandoned motel in Pacific. I wonder if that's the Betty's hotel or whatever. Probably not. Betty's hotel was a bigger. It seems that Russ, you know, I've been a bit hard on Russ. I feel like Russ, despite everything, was sort of a pretty decent guy. A lot of people apparently were counting on him to help with stuff like outside of Kurt's vision, right? I think Russ may have been a bit better of a man than I gave him credit for. I almost feel bad for killing him. The horrors that seat cushion could tell. You have no idea, Casey. That particular seat cushion, it's seen some shit. Let me tell you. Alright, so I know, like, generally just mentioning something like that immediately leads to losing followers and then, you know, invalidating what I just said, but we just literally hit, well, I mean, I don't know if it's just now, but at some point tonight, we hit 7.5 thousand followers. Which is a nice round number. I like it. I mean, I don't want to, you know, I'm not celebrating that those follower milestones or whatever, but it's just a very nice, cool number. I like it. And if you're about to unfollow just to make me lie, you're an asshole. Just want you to know that. If you're unfollowing for a completely different reason, totally fair. Paul will be waiting for you in front of the tunnel. Good tune, trustworthy. Good luck. I won't forget this ever. Thanks. So Paul was... Oh no, we don't have a reference to a Paul, I don't think. I mean, I have a few Pauls in there, but I doubt any of them are involved. Yeah. Yeah. Probably all the buds zooming in yesterday and flashing chat repeatedly. No, I don't think so, actually. I didn't gain any followers yesterday. I lost followers yesterday, actually. Which, frankly, is the case for most streams recently. I'm losing more followers during the streams than I'm gaining. And then I'm, like, gaining a few followers off stream, somehow. I guess people, like, looking at the Cyberpunk category and being like, oh, I'm gonna watch this guy when he's live. And then they're watching and they're like, oh. It's been 2 hours, and he's basically made 10 steps forward. I'm gonna watch someone else who actually plays the video game. Totally fair. I get it. My stream's an acquired taste. You need patience to get to the juice. You know, it's like a nice fruit that doesn't reveal itself, like a coconut, right? It's like nobody would expect, like, you know, you see a coconut for the first time, you're like, I need to open that thing up? No way, fuck that. And then, you know, for the patient people who actually manage to go through this, that when you get to the juicy part, right? That's when it gets good. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Like, if you're used to watching the VODs, you're like, oh, geez, I can't skip here. I can't skip the 2-hour rant on Baldur's Gate. What am I gonna do? I'll just don't watch and I'll watch the VODs, right? Smart, I'm telling you. That's quite a bit of money. And now he's cheating on Skyrim. Yeah, I don't know. Listen. It would be easier if I enjoyed the games everyone else does. And I could just pretend and shut up about it, right? I probably should, but I don't know. It's hard for me to avoid conversations. This is an iconic Raiju, an iconic submachine gun called Raiju. Interesting. Arasaka combat model, manufactured for extreme precision. Shots do not require charging to penetrate obstacles. Headshots have a greater crit chance. Oh shit. So it can penetrate targets without charging? That doesn't feel like it went through. Okay, that went through, but that always goes through, right? Yeah. How can I test this? I'm confused. Wow, that iron sight is terrible. Ah, okay. Oh! Oh! Okay, okay, hold on. Does that not work then? Never mind, it does. I think I angered someone. Okay, no, those things just don't, like, even my normal weapons go through that shit. I should not be given a weapon. I am not a responsible gun owner. Okay, that's impressive. That is not something that this gun will do, right? Okay. Fucking hell. Okay, that's sick. That is insane. In fact, I should probably be careful, because I'm maybe shooting people outside there. Now, you know what I would love? If I'm ever gonna use tech weapons, I would need something, and I'm sure it exists in the game, something like a railgun, right? That fires through walls like this. And the fact that this works, like just on randomly shooting like that, is unreal. Yeah, this is... I may have underestimated tech weapons. Maybe tech weapons are better than I thought. Do I have any tech weapon on me right now? Smart. Oh, that's a tech sniper rifle. I need to try that. It's a tech revolver. Okay, let's see. So if I shoot normally, damn, does it go through? It doesn't. Oh. Now, if I charge it, now it does. Okay, okay. I am not hating this. This is pretty cool. Did it not go through? Is that too wide for it to go through? Hold on. Oh shit! No, okay, it double pierced. Oh my god. Okay, I definitely underestimated tech guns. I think I would have a lot of fun with tech guns. Okay, how crazy is it though? It can go through this, right? There has to be a limit. I mean, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Fuck. It actually, oh my lord, it actually went through both walls. Okay, that's insane. I think it stopped there. I think there's a limit, but I'm not sure what it is. Hold on. Nope. Holy crap. Okay, hold on. Send every stand. It doesn't always go through. Interesting. I wonder what's the limiting factor here. Yeah, Cormoran. Interesting. Okay, that went through only one column, right? Yeah, only one. I wonder if it's like a certain amount of material, if it's just a number of obstacles. If I nick the corner so that it doesn't. Yeah, okay, no, I nicked both corners and it did go through. Interesting. I guess it pierces through one solid amount of material. Right, those don't count. Anything pierces that. So here, if it only goes through the thick side of the wall, it's fine. It's gonna go through. But if it hits... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's actually an amount of material, right? Maybe? Because, like, it can go through both of these easily. Yeah, so it's not an amount... Like, okay, it has to be like a total amount of material, right? It can only penetrate a certain amount before it gets stopped. I guess that's the deal. Okay, cool. Hey, I mean, I'm not hating on tech weapons. I think I... Do tech weapons scale with tech? I'm assuming they do, right? Yeah. That stuff is what you want to upgrade for tech weapons. Now, you can still play with them, I guess, without that, but obviously you lose a lot of what's interesting about them, I guess. Where's that tech revolver that I had? Oh, that's one. And that's the iconic one. Okay, cool. I think I grabbed everything there was to grab here. Perfect. Excellent.
Well, well.
Oh, hey, Johnny.
Lovely neighborhood.
Indeed. Wait, where are we? Oh, we're outside of Dogtown at this point. That's how deep that whole thing went. That's kind of cool, though. Oh. Let me in! Oh, thank you. Okay, cool to know that. It's good to know that maybe this can be an access to Ducktown without having to go through the roads, just in case, right? Who knows? I've never been here. This is near the mall, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why did Johnny have a baseball bat? Yeah, I've been wanting to look at this place for a while, so might as well investigate a bit now that I'm here, right? Yeah, DJ, I don't know. I guess this is like this reminds me of that place in LA, I think, right? Where there's like a Ferris wheel and a roller coaster on the beach or whatever. Oh no, it's just a Ferris wheel, isn't it? Not a roller coaster, I don't think. I don't know. But yeah, I think, I mean, wasn't the inspiration of that whole neighborhood like Las Vegas? I don't know if Las Vegas has stuff like that, but... Oh, is that an NCPD thing? It is. Ah, damn it. I just wanted to go on the roller coaster or the Ferris wheel. Fucking assholes. Oh.
That's the best offer you're gonna get. Comprende?
Ow, my ankles. Yelena? Different one. Yeah, Yelena Sidorova is one that I had in my notes. Do I not have an Oblonsik? I don't. Why does this name feel familiar? Oblonsik. I don't know. Archived conversation between Yelena Oblonsik and Adam Trepek? Where are you? You're supposed to watch me do the impossible. Ha ha ha, where are you, Yella? We're sitting here drinking and just noticed we down half a Bolshevik. You wasted already? Just drank a little. Now I'm going on the roller coaster because I'm hardscore. She's hardscore, guys. Listen. She's very hardscore. You're a crazy bitch, you know that. Come over here, you skull sponge, so you don't hurt yourself. Hello, Earth to Yella. She got hit by some random shot that came through the wall. No, $10. That is not what happened. She was drunk, walking on the roller coaster, and she died. That's her fault. Blaming me, that's always... people always blaming me for things that have nothing to do with me. Scavengers? Okay, hold on. Hey, nerds. Sorry. Just helping the community.
Hello, Night City. This is Jillian Jordan with an N54 news campaign update.
Yo, what's up, Warren? How are you doing today?
Incumbent Weldon of the Devolutionist Party received a paltry 27.2% of the vote.
I love that I ran in while she was starting to drink. And I was able to like get in front of her, raise my gun, shoot her in the face before she even the bottle reached her lips. That's how fast that Sendevistan is. I'm telling you, that the moment I found that Sendevistan is when, like, the game changed. Suddenly I wasn't failing so much anymore. Suddenly every encounter, I'm just like, you know, blasting everything before the enemy can move.
There's no need to be afraid of sharks. The last wild shark died in 20...
That one Sendevistan changed my life. Oh, are you friends with the Zoe Cook? Jumoke Kamara. Okay, I thought maybe those were the friends that were talking to her, but no. Gonna watch the anime this weekend? Probably not. Probably gonna play a whole lot of single-player Tarkov. My plan. I'm very addicted. Hey, nerds. Fuck me? Fuck you! Oh, so good. Okay, with permission, please. I'm not against the idea, but, you know.
Fuck it all.
Where's that fucking... God damn it. I hate that asshole. Fucking hackers, man. Okay, that was fun. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. That was stupid. How am I getting? Oh, okay. Ah, fucking hell, I hate that shit.
Guess where I'm aiming? And him!
Oh my god, I'm burning! What the hell? Why am I burning? Okay, I'm starting to get really miffed at that hacker. Where is he? Did he just... Touch this, bitch. My weapon's fucking malfunctioning. Oh my god. I hate those hackers. Yeah, this shotgun's amazing, but... Not when that dude just dodging it. Okay. I am very... Reboot optics. No, please! No, no, that one sucks. No, please, not this one. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, rebooting optics just make your whole screen white. It's very, very upsetting. I'm having too much fun with that shotgun. It's definitely making the game harder for me. Because I need to get close. It's definitely not as easy as just going with my usual pistol strategy, right? But... okay, I was nowhere near. But yeah, the shotgun's just so fun to shoot. The Paige, how are you today? Okay, there's a lot of different radios in this place and they're all tuned to a different station. It's a mess. Came back from clubbing. Oh. Hope you had a nice day. Poor seals. Oh boy. Okay. For shame, Ren. For shame. Stanislas Szbicko? I don't know how you pronounce that. I'm sorry. If there's a Polish viewer, I apologize. First things first, keep your traps shut on this. Anyway, our story goes, the animals jumped Goose and stole all the high-tech implants it was transporting to the tigers. And don't go feeling sorry for the guy who was a good tune but started getting too fucking smart. Tigers should buy it. Goose got zeroed for real. But none of you fuckers say a fucking word to them or go prancing around with those implants. The whole holes is going to the Soviet motherland. No, it won't. Well, okay, now. Okay, let's see. Now we try to get have some fun with this. That's how I die. If the game even lets me. Oh, come on, game. No way. I've never been more upset at a video game in my life, I think. I'm about to scream, cry, puke, all that. I was really excited. I wanted to jump on those cabins and like use my booster jumps to go all the way up. And here we thought it was a good game. I'm telling you, there's no good video game. Either you finish them fast enough or you play them long enough to realize they were bad all along. I guess we reached that point. How long was it? 221 hours and 47 minutes. That's how much Cyberpunk survived. More than most. But that's how it ends. With an unclimbable Ferris wheel. Yo, Warren, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. I appreciate that. Thank you. 215. That's a lot of gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Vertically Impaired, Nikki, One Man Death Cult, Giuseppe, and Just Show. You will all be remembered. Now it's bad, yep. Oh, that's it. Once the game jumps the, you know, the shark, it you know, it gets classified in the other category, right? We had a good run. It always was, but now we know. Exactly. That's the reality of it. Vertically impaired, how appropriate. Oh yeah, that's true, Nogar. I didn't even register. But that is very much the best username for this situation. Vertically impaired. Yeah, no, that's it. You know, that's it. It was a bad video game all along, and it eventually had to reveal itself. God damn it. I had my suspicions earlier when I couldn't jump on the roof when I wanted to do the infiltration, right? That was the first sort of hint. But now we know for real. Okay, what if I never look down at all and I just... Okay, hold on. I may be able to play around this. Never mind! Never mind! Game is good again! Let's go! Oh, sir, you're burning, sir. Are you okay? Okay, let's not fuck this up. No. Okay, we got this. I tried to be greedy there. I'm gonna make that work. It didn't work this... Where did I fall? Where was I? Hold on. Was there that much of a drop? Oh. Oh yeah, I guess that will do it. Yeah. No, never mind. Yep. No, that's fair. Nice. Okay. Okay, hold on. I should have known. When a game is bad, it doesn't get good. It is never about the game becoming bad or becoming good. It was always bad. It's just about how long it takes you to realize it. But once you realize it's bad, you don't go back. When you go back, that's how they get you. It was always bad. $221 hours and 47 minutes. That's how long it took us to realize the game, like every other video game, was bad. Hey, that's a good run. Honestly, again, better than most. Now, how do I get up there? Is the next question. Well, I'm a little far away, huh? What's up, Kay? How are you doing today? Yeah, I think it's just too far, right? There's no way of getting up there. I mean, here's the thing, right? My plan originally was to go up there and then... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on to your pants. Ow. I think it's possible. Entire video game rating system based around the hours until it's determined to be bad. Yeah, no, that's what we do here. I don't think I can make it. It's to that point where, you know, I can get here, but that corner is gonna be impossible to reach, I think. It's when, like, the game fully rejects you, right? It, like, literally pushes you away. Oh, hey, nerds. No, no, hey, no. Well, now you ran in the fire, you... What the fuck? Did I just... Why did I fall? That beat is fire. Literally, yeah. So fire that these poor people started burning. Ow. I'm just spreading my blood all over this poor container here. What if I use my Sendevistan? Let's see. Nah, it doesn't help. I heard a voice.
The media, that fucking fifth estate turned a blind eye. Corpo cunts paid them all off. Sad as it is, there ain't a media or journal in Night City who wouldn't sell their soul for some extra scratch. Even if the medis come spattered with blood. Truth be told, makes me fucking sick.
Yeah, you tell him.
Kick back and crank it to the max, Tooms. Here's some more tunes.
What's up, Truon? 3v. I mean, to be fair, you seem quite attracted to that voice. Listen, I've heard that voice many times in my life. And it was usually followed by very intense pleasure. So, I don't know, it's just one of those things. You know? Pavlovian response, yeah, no, completely, yeah. Pavlov would be proud. I guess he would, yeah. He was right. Pavlov's sim. Well, I guess we're not getting... I'm assuming there's no way to get up there either, right? Yeah. Oh well, we tried. Let me go back to Pacifica. Dogtown, sorry. Oh, I was just doing a side gig earlier and then I just killed those nerds because I wanted to go on a Ferris wheel and then I couldn't. And now we are waiting for sundown to go to the bar and meet, what's his name again? Whoever I need to meet. I don't know if Solomon Reed himself is going to be there or if I need to meet someone there. I can't quite remember fully, but that's where we're going. Where was the... I can't even remember. I think it was there. The game I think that lets you push the boundaries for a game by scaling everything is Breath of the Wild. Yeah, if only there was more than that to this game. Yes, you heard me right. I also do not like Breath of the Wild. I'm sorry. Didn't make it past the first 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, the tutorial area I thought was nice and like super neatly designed and everything. And then as soon as you reach the open world, it was like, ugh, I don't know. This feels empty and a bit lifeless and pointless. Yeah, I don't know. Not for me. What are these, you? Ooh, tired. And hungry. I wonder, like, part of me wonders if... Probably not, right? Because, like, yeah, the door wouldn't be open, I guess. I was like, I wonder if you could have... I could have found that access to Dogtown prior to this, but I don't think so. I think the door wouldn't work the other way. But now we have a nice point of entry, so that's good. Have you made any plans for the Elden Ring DLC? Will you still play it regardless of your feeling for the base game? Yes, I will play the Elden Ring DLC at some point. However, the way I think I'm going to approach it is I'm going to wait, I don't know, like a year or something more. And then at some point in the future, when I feel like enough time has passed, I'm going to do a full playthrough of Elden Ring. You know, like I did with Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. Full playthrough, in depth look at the lore, and you know, I'll be using the notes that I took on my first playthrough and maybe add to them or you know, go over them again and basically do the whole thing again and then get into the DLC from there, right? Basically do the DLC as part of a full, you know, Elden Ring whole thing. But honestly, I wouldn't expect it before 2026, maybe. I don't know.
Shop with Ronald, Ronnie the Ronster.
Mid 2025 at least. I don't know.
Generators, filters, injection pumps, all original.
Ain't nothing without your help. Check out Ronald's Cream Stems.
I have a job now.
There's a bunch of Vargas dudes in the air. I don't feel safe.
That's tough.
Oh.
Rotors, crankshaft.
Also, performance in this place is pretty bad. That's unfortunate. Because it looks really cool.
He's stupid happy about that.
What about you, though?
Here's to you, carnalito. I don't think I recognize you on the street today.
Sure.
Your room's exactly the way you found it. Just as messy as the day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't, you know, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a good play for me to play the DLC too early anyway. Nobody, you know, will want to watch me play the DLC. People are going to be busy either playing it themselves or watching the big streamers that are going to be in the category, right?
Girl, Daphne. She's tending your bar. She's really cute. I'd love to buy her a drink.
Buy her a drink? At the bar she owns? You know how foolish that sounds? Besides...
Go on. Does she have someone?
Nah, not that. Just...
Wait, are you talking?
Weird about that girl.
Yeah, this tree is really cool with all the missing people pictures on it, right? Probably many of them dead, but yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, a whole bunch of missing people. I tried to look if I recognized any of them, but I don't think so.
Ain't nothing without you.
Okay, the moth. Here we are. Wait until evening. Oh, come on. How is that not evening yet? Let me go to the clothing store, see what they have while I'm waiting. I also need to sell some shit, probably.
Ain't nothing without your help.
Yeah.
Check out Ronald's Cream Stems.
Hello? Oh, hey, that's you. I forgot about you. What's your name again? Satoshi. What are you selling, Satoshi? Nothing too interesting. Yeah, no, I don't like most of the clothes in here. Oh, this is like a lighter version of the one I have right now. I like it. This one's cool. I actually like it. I want to keep my money though. Wait, it's not appearing anymore. Did I already buy it? Or am I blind? Ooh, this one's cool. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, that's a cool one. I really like it. I'm getting it. Okay, I am not sure about the color of the middle there. It's a choice. I don't think it's for my skin color though. I just bought one. You guys are being totally unfair. Apparently I already bought that other one that I noticed. Fair enough. Alright, let's sell... No! That's my fucking racing helmet. God damn it. I really need to be careful. Wait, why am I... No, hold on. I'm not selling clothes. I want to sell weapons. Thank you. No. Yeah, that can... no, I want to dismantle it. No. Oh my god. That UI is driving me insane. The fact that it moves in the way it does is so annoying when you're not at the top, right? Could be so much better. It's fine. Ooh, we have 200,000 monies. Very good. Rolling in cash, yeah. Until I buy a new apartment or a new car and then we're broke again, but... yeah. Okay. There's still room in the garage, very much. So, yeah. Where does that lead?
Now I know where that eye came so cheap.
What, you mean you're basically Kuroshi?
Yep. Fucking ads, day and night.
What is this place? Is that a store? Area under surveillance. Wait, what are you? A junk store?
Welcome, friend. Welcome to my humble shop.
Hello, Laura. It is very good to meet you. Who are you? I have a lot of stuff, Laura.
Quite the eclectic mess you got here.
That I do. Back in Night City, it would have driven me nuts. This much stuff. I used to keep everything real tidy.
What were you doing in Night City?
Journalist, N54 News. That is, until I wrote a story about the wrong person.
Oh. A victim of searching for the hard truth, huh?
Nah, more like bad timing and worse judgment. I made a dumb call and was punished for it. Well deserved.
Okay, if Ronald could shut up, that'd be great. Do I have reference on the Laura? I don't. Okay. Laura May.
What are you slinging here?
A little bit of everything. What's lost is found, what's old becomes new, what I sell you buy. Such is the circle of commercial life, am I right?
Sure. I guess you are. I want to sell all my junk for $700. I love that you spend so much time collecting junk in the game and it just sells for nothing. Makes you question why you're even picking it up, but...
Hello, Downtown. This is Kurt Hansen. The cyber
Man, I really wish the performance was better here. It's really messy, but... Oh.
His description? A big-ass motherfucker with a full faceplate.
Look at the performance here. It's terrible. Like, it goes down to almost under 30, I think. Even though I'm in performance mode. Look at that. Ugh. I mean, I guess it's a busy, good-looking area, but still.
Ain't nothing without your help. Check out Ronald's Cream Stems.
Hello?
Sup, Padre?
Hey, sir. Costin. How do you end up at the stacks?
Love what you done with the place. How's a Ripper end up at the stacks anyway?
Oh, the city's so stifling, Choom. I wanted to go someplace where there's no formalities, no limits, where I could just be myself. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You got your Ripper license revoked. Didn't you?
The fuck do you care? You want to rip or not?
Actually, no, I'm good. Thanks. What the fuck is that? Sir? Explain? You know what? Sometimes you just don't ask questions, right?
Check out Ronald's Cream Stems.
Since we stepped into summer, will the stream get longer or stay the same? I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm not changing my schedule for any, you know, seasonal reasons or anything. I just, you know, my schedule is always the same. You know, unless I change it for another reason, right? The only thing that may change in the near future in terms of streaming is Wednesdays being off again, right? Usually before Cyberpunk, my schedule was Wednesdays and Saturdays off. But I was enjoying Cyberpunk so much that I added Wednesdays again. And I'm glad I did, otherwise that game would take so much more longer than it already has, right? So one thing that may change in the near-ish future is Wednesdays being off again, but that's pretty much it. You know. Is the place closed now? No, it's not. Can I wait in here? It's almost night. Come on. Man, this place is depressing. Like, everyone is so run down. There's no music. It's what a depressing place. This calls for a game of Roach Race, I think. I wonder if that makes time pass. Jeez, this game's bright. Wow, my high score is pathetic. God damn it. Nope. Okay, this is a fucking trap though. What the hell? Something I've been wondering, are you open to the idea of a Discord server for memes recommendations, general talk and multiplayer games, or never thought about it? I have thought about it. Memes would definitely be the last thing on my mind when opening a Discord server. I will not, probably never open one though, because for multiple reasons. First of all, there's already so many Discord servers that I feel like, I don't know, I don't feel the need to open one myself. It ends up feeling like so many people, you know, whose communities I'm sharing. I know people like Naz, Elisa, people like that, and I feel like they're already all on different Discord servers, which it feels like adding one only dilutes the same people in a different space. But that's not really my main issue with a Discord server. What I don't like about the Discord server is it's one more space you need to monitor and moderate, and I don't care for that. Right? I don't want to put more work on the mods, and I don't want to do it myself. So, because you're still responsible for the stuff that happens on your Discord server, right? I don't care for that. Especially because it can happen sort of outside of my... when I'm like asleep or stuff like that, right? Which is... I don't know. I don't like that idea. At least what happens on my stream chat when I'm live, I can control, right? I'm there. And then the next part of that is... I don't know, I like the idea of the stream being that event where the community sort of gets together and meets and we hang out, right? And we don't necessarily have a Discord space where we all constantly stay connected or whatever. I'm fighting against that sort of internet 2.0 of everyone's always connected all the time, right? No, just, you know, we meet when the stream's on, and that's great. I love that. Yeah. I don't know, just, you know, old man preferences, I guess. Oh, I was trying to wait to go after the Griffin. How am I so bad at this game? How was I better at this game the first time I played it? Okay, what does the carrot do then? Okay, I'm gonna... I feel like this game... Okay, come on. I feel like this game has a sort of RNG element to it, right? Based on the position of things. I mean, I get you have the glitch to, like, get out of trouble, but I'm trying to save it. Because it has a cooldown as far as I know. I almost died there. Okay, glitch is actually a pretty low cooldown. That's good to know. The music is good, at least. Okay. Bullshit. Okay, oh my god. My precision is pathetic. Oh, the music is great. Dum, 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 dum. No! Okay. That one was unfair. I'm sorry. I'm calling bullshit on that one. Yeah, I get that, Prison Mike. I don't think the Discord would help very much there, unfortunately. You know, unlike, unless like... I don't know what I should have done there. Probably jump prior to hitting the apple and then going for it. Video games within video games are bad. Yep. Yeah, I don't think the Discord server would help you very much with that, unfortunately. I mean, I understand, you know, like, you're missing a lot of streams, but I think the best way to deal with that if you want to catch up after the fact is to just watch the VODs, basically, right? Go through some VODs and... Wait, I can glitch all the time? What's the point then? Oh, maybe I'm not invincible if I... Oh! I get it. I can still glitch, but I'm not invincible, I think. Whoa, hold on. I'm gonna have to watch that in a second, Current. I'm trying to focus here, Current. What the fuck? I was doing great there. I tend to skim through VODs, the live streams better. Yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, I mean, obviously a Discord server wouldn't help with that, right? You won't be able to, like... The Discord wouldn't give you anything you miss by not watching the stream, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding what your trouble is, but... In which case, feel free to correct me, of course. Yeah, I didn't want to risk this one. I think I just need to be safer. It's about, like, longevity, not risking everything for every fucking apple, right? If it's gonna kill you, just don't get it. Why do I feel like this level is easier than the previous one? Too risky. Okay, the best part of playing this game, I will say, is the remixes of the, like, Witcher soundtrack, right? If there's one thing I will never complain about when it comes to The Witcher, it was the soundtrack. The soundtrack was great. And it's great to hear those remixes. I love it. Yeah, I had to glitch there. Glitch, yep. Ooh. Yo, Sal, what's up? How are you doing today? Let's go! Hours later? Hopefully time is passing in the game as well when I'm doing this. this way, then it's night, and I can film. I waited too long! I had to glitch through it, but I couldn't. Oh, I waited too long. I should have been jumping to be able to glitch. I couldn't press 3 times fast enough. Good but tired. Wanted to stop by before going to bed. How are you today? I'm alright. You know, it's one of those things, I guess. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you had a nice day. And Current, thank you so much for gifting 3 subs to the channel for a total of 185 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Those go to Radmilla, Modan, and Lem J. Clark. You will all be remembered. Thank you again for the immense amount of support. Current, I appreciate it. The time passed a little bit, I think. Well done, 6th place. Wait, what? Thank you for playing Roach Race. We hope you had fun. Do you want to try again? Remember, there's prizes waiting for the best runs. 7 is considered a perfect number. That game was almost perfect. Can still improve though. Try to reach the top 5 and win Preem prizes. Well done. 6th place. Top 5 prize are almost within reach. Ah, fuck. Now I kind of want to get... See, that's how they get you. FOMO. Fucking assholes. Okay, this one I don't think I liked very much. But... because of the stick drift. I can't really play it because of stick drift. Yeah, look at that. The mess. I can't play it because of stick drift. It's a shame because I love a Contra game. Oh, wait. Never mind. I can play with the... Oh! Okay, my stick is not... Oh, okay, nice. My stick is not influencing the D-pad when I'm not using it. So that's fine. Hell yeah. Yeah, I love a good Contra game. Yeah, as long as I don't touch the stick at all, it's completely fine. I wonder if it has like a stage like Contra when you're like, you know, from the back or whatever. Asshole. Nice. Damn it. Oh, come on. What's the point of crouching if you can't dodge under bullets? What hit me? Light machine gun is definitely the best one. Like, there's no better weapon. Hey, I did fine. Oh. I only realized now there was an extra 0 on that leaderboard scores. Okay, I didn't do fine at all. Okay, one more roach race for the road. Just the music alone makes me want to play this one. Damn it. Oh, actually, you know what that music reminds me of? That version of that bass. It reminds me of one of Target Renegade's soundtrack on Commodore 64. God, I love Target Renegade. What a game. It doesn't look like anything today, of course. Like it's not a game that aged very well, but as a kid, it was one of my favorite games on Commodore 64. Along with Barbarian. Barbarian was my life when I was a kid. Oh, come on. Prince of Persia was good, yeah. I remember the first one very well, and you remember the second Prince of Persia? That game did things when it comes to like sort of mixing narrative with very simple platforming and all that, and like the sort of sense of being in a world that's more than just a video game in a way that a lot of games didn't do back then. I remember the second Prince of Persia has that scene where you at the beginning you escape the castle, right, the palace, and then you have to run on the docks and jump to catch the ship that's running away. I thought that scene was fascinating when I was a kid. It blew my mind how crazy that felt at the time. It's the type of shit that, you know, you see now in games like Uncharted and all that, and it feels completely normal, but... And for its time, it was really cool. Okay, I'm noticing now that the carrot makes the score go a lot faster just for walking, right? So that's... Carrot's great. Obviously it makes it harder because you go faster, but... Ah! Bullshit. I want to get to the top 5, come on. I wonder what the actual... Okay, there has to be people that are playing this, I wouldn't say competitively, but, you know, there has to be a world record, right? And people are actually trying to get it. It has to exist. I refuse to believe there's not. Have to glitch. The shadow and the flame? I don't know what you mean. Full sentences, Shepard. We've been over this. Okay, low-key, the parallax is making me a little motion sick. If I focus on it. I need to not look at the parallax. It's gonna make me really sick. Oh, the name of the Prince of Persia game. I don't remember if it had like a name like that. Maybe. Yeah. I remember... what I remember very well is their anti-piracy system that they had. After the prologue of the game and you escape with the boat, you find yourself in front of a cave and there's like a deadly swamp between you and the cave. And you have to walk on like the correct stones to get in there. And the stones have symbol on them, right? And the only way to know which symbols you're supposed to walk on and in which order was to consult the manual, like the physical manual on a specific page that changes every time, depending on your seed of the game. And I thought that was a very clever way of doing piracy control, right? Obviously nowadays you would just download a PDF, right, of the manual, but back then you just, if you didn't have the official game, it was likely that you didn't have the manual. Unless your friend was clever and had a photocopy of it, but... It was still a deterrent, I guess. I don't think I've ever played the official version of the game. My friend had a photocopy of it, so. I thought we're talking about the Prince of Persia DOS game? Oh no, we are. I mean, we're very much talking about a DOS game, yeah. Let me look it up. Prince of Persia 1993? Yeah, that checks out actually. Okay, The Shadow of the Flame, that's the one. Yep, yep. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's what they did back in the day. That was the only anti-piracy that existed. Is look at, you know, the game would tell you literally, like, look at this page of the manual and enter the code, and that would change every time. And there was like a code on every page. Like a lot of games had like a code on every page, and you just went through them, right? But yeah, the way it was done for Prince of Persia felt cool because it felt like almost immersive in the way they implemented it. It's like, hey, check your adventurer's book to know which code to, you know, which. It's like having an adventurer's journal, like Indiana Jones, right? To know which ones you were supposed to walk in that Last Crusade or whatever. Good decision not to jump for it. Man, that parallax is killing me right now. Still Blager. Thumbnail got you confused? Yeah, we're just trying to get a top 5 score. Road racing. That's gonna be my last attempt, though. Again, like the parallax is getting me sick. If at least the frame rate was smooth, it would be okay, but the frame rate being dodgy on top of the parallax thing is making me motion sick. Have you been at it for long? No, like maybe, what, 10 minutes? Maybe 20. If I think it's 10 minutes, it's probably 20. I'm mostly jamming to the soundtrack, frankly. Let's go. I should have double jumped, but I wasn't sure. I wanted to risk it. Fuck. Oh, come on. Dude. Nice. I didn't see it because of the... Okay, was the frame rate suddenly so trash in Road Race and the actual game? It feels like the frame rate issues in the game were affecting in-game as well. The frame rate issue in the normal game with this area were affecting the arcade game as well. Let me reload and see if it was maybe an issue. Parallax is expensive, I guess. Yeah. It's really working that PS5 muscle. Alright, does it look better now? Oh, hey, it actually does. What the hell? Well, not perfect, but yeah. Wait until evening. Can I hit the... Ah, I can sit on the chair and wait. Well, that's what we'll do now, because we're almost there, right? But that, ladies and gentlemen, will have to be for the next session. Because I'm hungry. I'm tired. And I need to get out of here and get some rest. Ah, Jesus. So yeah, more DLC next time, I guess, on Sunday. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate your support tonight. Thank you for the many gifted subs, resubs, donos, whatever. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. I hope you guys are, have enjoyed the show, and I hope you will be back on Sunday for more DLC action. Apparently, right? And then, depending on how long that part of the DLC is, then we'll have to go back to the afterlife and see Rogue, and maybe one of these days finally see Panam again. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll be back on Sunday. Tomorrow's my day off. I'll be back on Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know. I don't have much else to say. I'm just gonna leave you guys be on your ways, I guess, and find a place to hang out for the rest of the night. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I appreciate you, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, more Cyberpunk pretty soon. In the meantime, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. A beautiful Saturday. I will see you guys on Sunday, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.